Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, good evening and welcome to some more collegiate Overwatch here at NECC. My name is Warren JuggleGod Hammond, and tonight, back on the mic once again with Lafon. How you doing today?
Doing pretty well. It's good to be back. Actually, doing better than usual simply because we have more Overwatch news. That's always nice to have. So
yes,
a little bit of fresh air, I guess, a breath of fresh air, if you will, for the Overwatch community, for us, of course, for you watching at home, for these teams. But speaking of JuggleGod, we got to get into the game we have here in front of us first because, as always, this is some excellent collegiate action, and we do have to meet the teams ahead of us.
That we do. Tonight we've got the Converse Valkyries going up against the St. Clair Saints. Both of these teams have a similar record. The Converse Valkyries right now at 1-3. The St. Clair Saints, they had a bye week, so they're at 1-2 at the moment. So both of them looking to notch that second win on the board, but only one team going to make it away with that today.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that the scoreline also has to admit that these teams have played some very tough teams, in their matchups prior. We're looking at teams like UTD, University of Texas Dallas, a very strong team. Northwood, of course, a very, very strong team there too. So, actually, in fact, the Valkyries lost up, but they performed pretty highly against University of Texas Dallas, losing a 2-3 there. So across the board, I mean, the Converse Valkyries, though their scoreline doesn't necessarily speak. Being 1-3, it's a little bit tough for them, but it has been said that they've taken some maps off some very strong teams, and so expectations coming to this, I think Converse Valkyries have a little bit, at least off the rip, the advantage in the head-to-head here.
Well, let's take a quick look at the players that we're going to be seeing tonight here, Lafon. We're going to start things off with the Converse Valkyries. Similar names, you probably recognize some of these from last week. No major changes in the lineup from any of these players, and can't wait to see what they're going to bring again tonight.
No, for sure. And I think, on the Valkyries, the players you kind of have to keep an extreme eye on are Quicks, who, has a high level of flexibility to zero pool. Still Kiwi as well, plays support oftentimes on the Zen, looks fairly strong there. So we'll hope, those are players to keep an eye on throughout the record of them. We have to meet their opponents, though, the St. Clair Saints, excuse me, as we get a quick look here. And I mean, we're looking for a standout player from this squad, a team that we don't necessarily have as much game tape on compared to the Valkyries, but you're looking for a player that can kind of step up and be sort of the focus point of their team in this regard.
Yeah, we absolutely are. Let's take a moment now and talk about the maps that we're going to be seeing today, because that's going to determine a lot of what happens here. Of course, starting on Control, like we always do, this time in Oasis.
Yeah, Oasis, and then obviously we move down the list. The sixth map is if we have a tie on Hybrid at any point, right? Then you can get a chance to break that tiebreaker there. Control. We got to talk about Oasis first. Oasis, it's a map that it has historically been somewhat looked down on in that Control map pool. But it plays very differently across the three stages that it has. Obviously, you have Garden. A little fun fact, actually, just for our viewers at home. There are two submaps in Control maps that have the title Garden or Gardens. The only difference being the S, and that is obviously Lijiang Tower has the Garden submap, and then Oasis as well has a Gardens in play. Then obviously you have a little fun fact aside, you have University Center, which is or University, which is close quarters. You often see the rush come into play, which we see a ton in these games, and then finally it opens up with a little bit more high ground to take control of in City Center. But we are going to start off on University, that indoor map, and you can see there it is, the point locked in to the middle of the map, and then the Reinhardts can kind of play up there. So off the rip, we're seeing that being posed up here by the different squads.
The different squads coming out with a little bit of a variation on each other's composition. We're going to do the Cassidy May on the Valkyries, whereas instead of the Cassidy, we're going to have Hanzo for the St. Clair Saints. Both teams now meeting out in the open, each Reinhardt looking to make sure their shield stays nice and charged. Hammer now looking for an offhanger, but it's going to be Converse backing into the small room here, giving St. Clair Saints control largely of the point at the moment. UBCO going down very, very low. They're Archump looking for an opportunity in the backline, but it's going to be Hammer who falls first. Quicks, not too much life for them as well. They're going to be healed up quickly by their supports. Maxwell doing as much as they can to hold on to point going into that ice block, but now we've got an Ant Matrix as well, courtesy of the Saints. Apostle goes down, but Maxwell is traded too. So we've got a 5v5 on point. With Chance and Garchomp falling, this will be going the way of the St. Clair Saints very shortly.
Yeah, a little bit of percentage gained by the Valkyries, but not enough in the grand scheme of things. The one thing to highlight, though, is that the Saints use a lot to kind of have to be forced to retake. So, yes, they're going to get some percentage, but it wasn't a clean fight. I will say something to kind of keep an eye out, though, is the tank difference in the all charge. Cheesy and Garchomp are about even, but Apostle is significantly ahead of Quicks here in that Earth Shatter mirror. Obviously, the Matrix doing a ton for it, so eyes on the all charge as it kind of goes up with the play from Maxwell here in a second.
Hammer gonna lose that Deadeye, not gonna find any targets this time around. It's gonna be Available's gonna be landing this time. St. Clair just now eclipsing the percentage of the Converse Valkyries, but the Valkyries coming back in this fight, they're gonna be able to reclaim this point for their own.
Yeah, just a long-standing effort there from the Converse Valkyries is that they get the Deadeye to kind of walk into the objective, and then Maxwell doing a ton of CC with the freeze of the May to slow things down. And even though WR Available gets the Deadeye in turn and gets one elimination, it's not enough.
No, it's not. Big stun comes in from Hammer. They're going to be dealt with immediately, though. Shatter lands for both sides. It's going to be the self-destructed Fire Strike from the Valks, though. That wins this fight. Quicks does fall, but it's not going to be enough to turn the tides for the St. Clair Saints.
No, and Hammer's going to switch over the Doomfist too, so no more Cassidy for the Converse Valkyries. A little bit more a 1-2 punch, if you will, between Quicks' charge and Hammer's punch. But yeah, the Saints, they actually use a lot in that fight. Self-destruct, the Earth Shatter, they're looking for sort of a pick-off here from G-Scales ideally, but the Valkyries are going to play aggressive with this Ant Matrix.
That they are. They're going to play with this Blizzard as well, taken out of the fight, but the Blizzard has landed, claiming to for their own 80% on the board now for the Valkyries. This has to be a quick reset from the Saints.
Yeah, you can see G-Scales trying to look for that pickoff. They also try to build the Dragon Strike, for this last fight that is on the board for the Saints. As Converse Valkyries playing up aggressively, trying for that play. Again, not a lot here to their name in terms of resources, but they do have the advantage of having the point in control.
That they do. 99% on the board. Now the Deadeye, though, lands. We're going to see G-Scales launch the Dragon Strike as well. Finds a victim, too. And this is going to be the St. Clair Saints taking this point back at the last possible moment.
I mean, the fight's not quite over yet, but with Maxwell being taken out, and that's going to give the retreat over to the Converse Valkyries as Garchomp sort of walks out quietly on the Diva pilot. But it's enough. And I mean, that's a fight that's a tough one for the Valkyries. They do force most of the resources out from the Saints. Not everything. Apostle is going to have this Shatter. So too will the Ant Matrix be online. And the Valkyries need to kind of outlast those two ultimates to give themselves the point back in their favor.
They are going to have Quicks with the Shatter, though. That could be something to look out for. A Shatter from Apostle going to land, but so does Quicks. Going to hit the back line. Arjug taken out almost immediately. Yubel has this sound barrier coming up online. Can they survive long enough? The pick still coming in favor of the Saints.
Chance in the backline just does not let G-Scales escape. And I mean, this has gone from bad to worse, though. With this being trickle fight, it's going to be last fight territory, and the Valkyries are going to force this one. Here comes Hammer. Does have the Meteor Strike as well. Going to commit it after getting the elimination onto Cheesy.
Gonna see if he can follow it up with another. It does find Yubel right as they are getting ready to use that sound barrier. Gonna be taken out of it as well. Chance has theirs online with overtime clicking over. The Converse Valkyries will take the first point here on Oasis.
Really well done by the Valkyries there. I think the one thing kind of is in the chaos of control, something that can often be lost is how much the objective ticks up and how much you have to kind of play the game clock as well. And while the Saints do get to that 75% plus mark, unfortunately they just kind of miss their true fight or their true win condition, and the fight extends beyond that. They overstay their welcome, lose a couple of players, and the Valkyries punish that as a result to give themselves that 1-0 lead. It's a lot closer of a game than I perhaps was expecting off the rip. But yeah, the Valkyries doing a great job of kind of taking that, taking the momentum at the very end where they required it.
They did an excellent job of that, indeed. They got very close to winning that map early on, let the control fall to the Saints, but took it back in the end. Now we're going to see a Wrecking Ball composition come out from both sides. One big difference, though, is we have the Echo for Maxwell and the Converse Valkyries. Going to be curious to see how that goes up against T-Scales. Maxwell starting to throw in some damage, gets the Sticky Bomb and Focusing Beam onto the D.Va, goes down fairly low. Guard Jump, in fact, going to be demeched as well. Brig looking very low, too. Maxwell trying to find the finishing blow on them. Gets both supports, as a matter of fact, and with that, Converse will take first control here.
Yeah, actually a different effect this time around, though, the Valkyries, is that they surround and contain their opposition. The Saints, they play inside sort of that small room, right? Or rather, they're forced in there by the Valkyries, and with Maxwell taking the high ground on the Echo, something we saw a lot of, or something we saw that was very strong from Maxwell the last time they were on stream last week. So, you know, get those eliminations and clean it up. And now the Saints, they're walking back into this fight not only with an even fight, but with inferior advantages, though that 5 orb definitely helps that.
That absolutely does. Finding a nice headshot onto Still Kiwi, making them still indeed. Maxwell goes down as well. Quick's not going to be long for this world, and with this, the St. Clair Saints are primed to take this point, especially after demecking and dealing with Guard Jump.
Yeah, and on top of that, Hammer's Pulse Bomb was denied with a good flashbang by G-Scales, so that's no longer in the table, and now the Valkyries have to reset. They do have a lot on board. In this regard, right? Quicks will have the minefield. They do have the duplicate shortly. Unfortunately for them, St. Clair Saints, their support line has eclipsed what the Valkyries have brought to the table. Namely, both support ultimates are on the board, both the Transcendence and the Rally. So keep an eye out for that as well.
Quicks goes in for a nice boop. They're not going to find the kills that he's looking for. Pulse Bomb gets eaten. The Remake finds a kill as well. Maxwell now in the duplicated D.Va form. Going to find a Grappling Claw kill is Quicks. Maxwell has to shake off that mech suit, try to get back into it right now before they go back into their Echo form. Transcendence now committed by Arjunk to keep their team alive. Maxwell does, in fact, find a pick. 46% on the board now for the St. Clair Saints, but this is going to go back in favor of the Valkyries in short order.
That is an absolute disaster of a fight for the St. Clair Saints. Yes, they lost. Losing the fight is not the disastrous part. Losing the fight after committing both support ultimates is the issue, because now you're going to be at disadvantage, not just in the support battle, but in the point control as well. Looking at this, it is going to be Converse Valkyries who have the upper hand in this next fight, and barring, you know, a pick off through those those large health pools from perhaps the Deadeye, you're all of a sudden at a disadvantage, and the go button is being pressed already by the Converse Valkyries.
They are pressing it hard and fast. We're going to see a lot of aggression come out. Cheesy going down very low. Chance trying to keep away the team. And the Converse Valkyries able to slow down the momentum, but Quicks bites off a little bit more than they can chew. Chance going to try and keep their team alive, using that whip shot to boop away Apostle. Transcendence has to be committed right on the back of the Rally as well. 86% on the board. The St. Clair Saints moving into point now. They're going to have Transcendence back online, as well as a self-destruct and Pulse Bomb. So if they can make it, the 2 point, they absolutely have a chance to turn this back around. Stick is going to come in. Bailable finds that D.Va mech. Archump going to be demeched as well. Transcendence now committed on point. 99% on the board for the Valkyries. The Saints come away with the point flip off the back of the Deadeye and a kill onto Chance.
A fast reset's going to be needed for the Valkyries here, because they've lost this fight well and truly. And on top, they do force a self-destruct from Cheesy. The reset needs to come in, because this is going to be last fight territory here on this stage. Maxwell going to be taken out as well. There's no way for the Echo to escape, and that has delayed this fight to about the 75% mark plus, which means that we're looking at this next engagement. You've got the minefield, you've got the Pulse Bomb on the Valkyrie side, obviously the duplicate in play, but the Saints will have the sustained advantage with the Rally here, and Ubel will have to be quick with it. As they hold control, really, of what really amounts to an extra 50 HP per player in this next engagement.
People are ready to pop this Rally. Here comes in Quicks with another nice boop onto the high ground. looking for the mines, but gets stunned out of them right in the stairwell by Ubel. Rally popped now as our junk has met their demise. We're going to see Maxwell once again launch that self-destruct, finds Ubel. That's one support down, and with 99% on the board for both, it looks to be Converse Valkyries coming away with the point here, although it's going to be a tough one as a couple of picks do come in favor of the St. Clair Saints. Can anyone from them touch? It's going to be Wrecking Ball at the last moment. How long can they survive? They pop the adaptive shields at a perfect time to give themselves a little extra staying power. That allows Lucio to get back there, starting to cause some problems, but they have to touch. They barely do at the last moment, but the kill still coming in hand over fist for the Valkyries. The St. Clair Saints will go down, and the Valkyries take a 1-point lead in this matchup.
Not without a fight, though, and the Converse Valkyries going into the next couple of maps, it's going to have to be a little bit cleaner from them. The Saints, count them out. They will take a fight back from you, and Garchomp gets a highlight here. But I definitely credit to the resistance, the resilience, rather, of the Valkyries in those later fights, right? Especially at the end of the map when you're in that panic mode, or in that mode where you really can't be forced, cannot really be making any mistakes. The Valkyries are there with the cleanup crew and are often walking away with the victory. So, yeah, from here on out, obviously we know map number 2 is going to be Numbani. We're looking forward to seeing a little bit more stabilization, I think, in those panic moments from the St. Clair Saints if they want a chance to try and equalize the series.
I think that's an excellent point. The clutch factor was really there for the Valkyries in both submaps. Now, it wasn't a 99-99 affair on University, but they still did a good job of keeping their heads cool. A lot of pressure was being put on them by the Saints. I especially liked how in that last fight we saw the Saints got a couple of kills, but the Valkyries kept their heads on them once again and came away with that win. As we move into Numbani, likely going to see a lot of dive come out, so I'm anticipating composition to what we just saw on Garden.
Yeah, I would not be surprised to see the Wrecking Ball make a reappearance, or even a Winston Zarya double ball type play. I will highlight something in the support matchup. I mentioned Still Kiwi at the start of the show, but thus far it really has been the opposition. It has been St. Clair Saints backline that's been, I think, overall more impressive, even with the Converse Valkyries walking away with map number 1, specifically the Zen play. Still Kiwi going for a couple of ill-advised looks. One takes the 5-4 up to the face and gets eliminated. That's the alt fire for Zenyatta, right? The charge up snipe, and then the other one, strafing into a Deadeye. So keep an eye out for these plays, because this is the kind of small things that at this level can really mean the difference between victory and defeat. So something that's going to be cleaned up from map 1 to map 2.
You're absolutely right. That Zenyatta is such a key component of this kind of composition, right? You need to have such a clear understanding between your Wrecking Ball and your Zenyatta as to what exactly is going to happen. And in addition, you need to have that Brig there back to protect the Zen. So the backline absolutely has to stay alive for this composition to really shine. And yes, as we move into Numbani, I'm going to be excited to see exactly how each of these teams plans to do that. And if they plan to go dive on both sides, because it's absolutely, I think the name of the game here on Numbani.
One of the interesting is we've seen St. Clair is elected to attack first. So this is unorthodox in Overwatch. If you have a choice between sides, you often choose defense. So St. Clair, having lost the first map, will pick side, and they pick to attack initially, which we'll see how it turns out. But I mean, at least for now, very similar looks. It's just a hit scan versus projectile on the on the flex on the second DPS, if you will. Tracer will almost always be a mainstay on these sort of rotations, but Maxwell does have a little bit more high ground control, and that makes a little bit more sense. The Echo, which Maxwell's very good at. We saw it on round 2 of Oasis. But again, that aerial control is very valuable on Numbani.
It certainly is. We're going to see very similar compositions come out, just going to be an Ashe difference. Like you mentioned, Maxwell on the Echo. Maxwell going to have a difficult time staying alive, I think, with G-Skills on that hit scan. We're going to see G-Scale starting to put a little bit of damage into them as well. Absolutely going to be their primary target. Tracer forced to use the recall available in a tough spot right now, is getting a little bit of pressure put on them, but G-Scale's taking Maxwell out of the fight. It's going to slow down the Valkyries' push. Quicks eats an anti-nade as well. Apostle's Tesla Cannon hasn't enough juice to finish them off. Hammer now putting a little bit of pressure presence on point to try and push away Apostle. They're going to go into the back lane. Anti-Nate hits Chance as well. And with that, there's a opening for the Valkyries to start the pounce. Maximal and Hammer combining for a couple of kills. Now they've got the Brig and situated in the cave. They're going to be able to take them out in short order. And with that, the Valkyries hold.
It's a good hold for the Valkyries. They never really give any control over on the objective, and they're committed to this fight. There's the nano boost onto Quicks, as even so it's mirrored on Apostle. So this is really a nothing fight where resources are being committed. You generate some Primal Rage charge, I suppose, but yeah, it's tough here, right? You can see this. Still, ultimates are being committed as Baleable comes in with a pulse bomb. Here's the thing, right? All of these are ultimates that you can say defensively, sure, they're kind of losing out a couple of things, duplicate, pulse bomb, etc. But it's very much a fight that shouldn't have happened. It is kind of wasted time on the offensive end for nothing gained.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They do get a pick onto Maxwell, but that's going to not even really be a factor, as they're going to be able to get back to the fight in relatively short order. Apostle diving in now, but they're going to be booped away by the whip shot from Ubel. Primal range now popped, whip shot by Chance. Chance getting ready to get this rally, too. Going to be right on line as soon as Ubel's is used, too. Quick's taken out by G-Scales. We've got a counter pick, though, coming in. Garchomp forced to use the self-destruct and remech. Hammer finds the stick. Not going to get the kill immediately, but the follow-up certainly does. Garchomp now out of mech once again. Evil pops the rally to try and keep the Saints up, but having a hard time at the Chance comes away with the kill. A little bit of progress on the board, but with that, the Valkyries hold once again.
Yeah, and I mean, now you're looking at this clock and saying, what would have happened if that fight had ended 30 seconds faster and you'd have gotten another chance? Because you're now in final fight territory, and Converse Valkyries have not given you much to work with. So it's about even for this next fight. Pulse bombs are about the same. Nano boost is about the same. I will say there is a target. In terms of charge target, the Winston is probably better than the Wrecking Ball. So you have that going for you. But I mean, looking at this, the Valkyries really have control of the high ground as well. And the Saints don't seem to have a game plan on how to approach A point very efficiently here.
They're going to try and go through the high ground. Archunk going to be committing that nano boost now, most likely onto Apostle. That Tesla Cannon doing some extra look, but a beautiful anti-nade comes in. Pulse Bomb does land for the Saints, but with 30 seconds left to go, that is all Valkyries. They have to reset fast, but this is going to be a scuff fight in the end, I think.
That fade away from Hammer on the pulse bomb was clean. Loved to see it. 12 seconds left, and it's not going to be Baleable who's going to touch the objective. You can see the duplicate's going to be on point here from Maxwell into the Diva. They're going to go through a self-destruct. Yeah, this is problematic.
Yeah, they might not even have an opportunity to chance. 1 second left to go. That's going to do it. And the St. Clair Saints are full held by the Valkyries on Numbani.
Well, I mean, for the Saints, they're hoping that map 6 is going to come into play as an option because they need to play for the draw. Unfortunately, the Valkyries have looked much quicker on the engagements than this second map than they did in map number 1. So I doubt this one fails to be a capture for them. Again, 33% is all they need to take the victory on Numbani to get themselves that 2-0 lead. And certainly the Saints have looked a little harried in their approach to these fights. Valkyries making full credit off of it.
Yeah, they had a fantastic plan on defense. They executed it very well. And like you said, the St. Clair Saints, they didn't look like they prepared properly for most of their engagements. You know, the staging wasn't exactly there, wasn't in sync with all the players. And because of that and several other factors, they got full held. The Valkyries got to be flirting with a Doomfist pick, Maxwell, on them once again. And with that, one pick potential, that insta pick potential, rather, the St. Clair Saints could be in a lot of trouble.
One step at a time, though, right? It's all that really takes. Mm-hmm. Take one fight at a time, go from there. Don't overthink the issues that are at hand. And whatever mistakes the Valkyries make, which they do, try and punish them one by one and go and try and, turn that into a snowball effective. That being said, it all starts with this fight here as Converse look to try and take map number 2.
Maxwell gonna go for a little bit of early ult charge. We're gonna see the Valkyries push it up main. Dive comes in. Now we're gonna see Quicks get booped away just a little bit, but there's still enough damage in to get a pick on the G scales. And with that, the waterfall may have started. Maxwell finds Apostle as well. No main tank to be found for the St. Clair Saints. Almost there to that one tick. Just a little bit further to go for the Saints, but Quicks is back in the fight and has quickly taken care of a couple of members, and that's going to be it. The Valkyries go up 2-0.
Yeah, that is, I mean, the issue is that once that dive comes in and Quicks is not knocked off the high ground, and even then you don't get the anti-nade as well because of a really clean bubble by Quicks. There is, the highlight of the game. And yeah, that's gonna be. I mean, that's gonna be the map, right? That yep. The engagement of the dive it's just too hard to kind of execute from. As we'll not agree with the players. They call for a skip on that highlight, and I have to say, no, break highlights are the best. The mechanical skill was amazing. Obviously, that spectacular aim from the rocket flail, but no, jokes aside, it was really well played by Converse to give themselves that 2-0 lead.
It absolutely was. They looked in control from start to finish on attack and defense, making quick work of the St. Clair Saints. But, Lafon, we've got a map 3 coming our way. Right before that, we're going to throw it to a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello and welcome back. We have more action between these two squads, the Converse Valkyries and the St. Clair Saints, coming your way. We're headed to our third map, Lafon, and I'm excited to see if the Saints can bring it back and start their way onto a reverse sweep.
Well, they'll have to make it quick, as this has been. I mean, considering the fact that we're 2 maps in, it has been a very swift match so far, and no foul play to St. Clair, but the Converse Valkyries have they've warmed up since their first map, and their first map was no error either. So certainly something that's going to have to be an adaptation from St. Clair here in map number 3 if they want this series to go any further, is that they're going to need to be a little bit more their ability to shut down some of these engagements from Converse needs to be a little bit cleaner, right? They cannot be allowing, especially Hammer and Maxwell, should not be allowed to get as much value as they're getting and as much survivability as they're being allowed to have on the DPS roles specifically.
Yeah, that is very true. They've been getting a tremendous amount of value. And, I think I want to in particular highlight Mac. I feel like he's not being dealt with, effectively yet by the St. Clair Saints. They need to, mitigate this aerial presence that we've seen on Echo. Otherwise, they're just going to rain sticky bombs on them again.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to Route 66 for map number 3. It is going to be St. Clair attacking first again. I mean, I highlighted this at the start of Nimbani. It's a curious choice. As we just wait for the teams to kind of confirm they're ready before we load in. But a curious choice. They're, having to set the tempo of the map from the attacking side is very difficult a lot of the times. And so there needs to be, the first fight just needs to be cleaner, right? From St. Clair Saints. And I don't say that to be, to nitpick or something like that. It's simply the case that if you're on the attack, you have a disadvantage going into engagements, and you have a disadvantage, because you're playing uphill literally the whole time. So we'll see how well they're able to do it here. We're seeing that adaptation coming over to the shield, a composition that is, again, that 4-2 setup, right? The 2 high mobility characters with the 4 stable ones. That kind of set the front line. We're hoping for a little bit more clean engagement from them. And I mean, the Valkyries, at least initially, seem to be giving them the opportunity to do so. Maxwell and the Genji does not have the same level of poke that a Tracer necessarily would. So we'll see if that comes back to harm Converse at all.
That we will. It's going to be very interesting to see. The Genji pick is not something you typically see. Going to be hard going up against T-Scales on that Cassidy and Yubel on the Brigitte as well. So, gonna definitely have their work cut out for them as this cart starts to round the first corner. We're gonna see the St. Clair Saints trying to take this high ground, see if they can push into it. And I apologize, I'm having a little issue with my feed, so I might have to throw it to you for just a moment while it catches back up, Lafon.
I mean, the cart's kind of rounding around this first corner here, so St. Clair just poking away. Again, it's that 4-2 setup that's not really doing much here. Again, the available kind of setup with the play needs to be playing alongside Apostle, but neither of them are together. And Maxwell is going to be the beneficiary of it with a final blow, and Baleable will be taken out. So this 4-2 setup can be very dangerous, but it requires, that flank to come in from the Wrecking Ball and Tracer, and the Valkyries identify that and shut both out. So we'll see if they're able to adapt from in the next engagement, JuggleGod, but so far it's looking a little rough for them.
It has so far. Maxwell not really being mitigated so far. Apostle going up onto the high ground, gets a couple of these supports very low. Arjunk is taken out of the fight. Apostle spins to win for a moment, knocks Yubel down onto the ground. They're dealt with very quickly as well. And once again, the Valkyries are holding strong.
They do get the cleanup or the elimination. That's how that dive is supposed to look, right? You saw it. There wasn't really much that still Kiwi could do. Gets hit by Apostle, and then Baleable comes in for the cleanup. Unfortunately, the fight's already over. Like, Baleable's still in the engagement, right? Sure, but like, they're not doing anything beyond just being a little, getting a little bit of ult charge towards them. It's gonna be a headshot onto G skills, and then Hammer has to back out in time. So decent stuff there. But St. Clair has just sort of bought themselves space and are running out of time here to actually make this first point theirs.
Yeah, they really are. 2 minutes already been burned off the clock now. Halfway through, Maxwell now popping the Dragon Blade. They're going to get stunned, but that's not going to stop them from finding some more value. Going to be Quicks with a minefield, though. and a gun kill as well to take the St. Clair Saints back to spawn.
Yeah. St. Clair has a lot of check marks, right? But they're never in a position where they can actually use them. So, I mean, another switch. G-Scales goes over to the Ash. Just a little bit more long-range pressure. Should be able to kind of force Hammer out a little bit. But, yeah, this is going to certainly be tough. And, I mean, the Saints, they need a pickoff with that dive. They need an opening to give, you know, their 4-player setup a little bit more space to engage with.
That they certainly do. I'm going to be looking to Impossible to maybe try and do this with this minefield coming up here. Looking for an engagement, misses the first roll through, goes for the second, it gets booped away. Unlucky rollout right there. And in the meantime, the Valkyries get a 1-player lead in the kill feed. We're going to see Hammer taken out mercilessly by Apostle and Bailable. And with that, the Valkyries go, what? Hammer is out of the fight. They had a Bob.
Yeah, I mean, Converse doing the right thing here of backing up a little bit. They deny the Pulse Bomb as well, and it's just Quicks who's trying to stay alive and just buy some more time. Here's the problem. The cart hasn't been moved, so those kills just got undone, and Chance is going to re-engage with the rally.
You can see the Gravatic Flux committed. Quicks goes in for a slam as well. Minefield from Apostle does find its target. They've got 1 kill on the board. Crucially, that's Zen who had the Transcendence as well. Pick comes in, though, for Quicks once again. With that, the DPS line is gone for the Saints. Arjunk follows shortly thereafter, and with 11 seconds to go, this could be as far as the St. Clair Saints get. They have to have someone try and touch in these last few moments.
They're gonna get the contest, but I mean, Apostle's dead, and I mean, looking at the Valkyries, they have so much in the back pocket on top of it. There's a Dragon Blade. Chance is gonna deny any further space, and that's gonna be it. Not anything, no one left here for St. Clair to kind of find value. It's just G-Scales looking helplessly at the objective before it rounds out. And, I mean, the St. Clair Saints had a fight where they were, you know, the one that won. But the Valkyries recognizing, you know, it was starting to fall apart, back up. And Converse just I mean, the Saints don't move the cart forward on that fight. They win either. It's a really tough place for them to be.
It is a very tough place for them to be. Now they're looking at essentially a full hold here, and my mind initially goes, well, do they try for the spawn hold? You see it very occasionally here on Route 66, usually pulled out in a situation like this. So wouldn't be surprised, but that's going to be tough, regardless of how you slice it. They are in a brawl composition, which says to me they may, in fact, be thinking about this, Lafon.
I mean, as we pan over the map in a moment, you'll see that not only are they going to do a spawn hold, they don't have a choice in this regard. The cart's there, but the yellow box of victory is not much further beyond. And so it's around the second corner. If you want any chance at holding, any chance of victory this map, you don't have a choice but to take as much space away. And my correction, it's not even around the second corner. It's barely around the first corner.
Yeah.
So, yeah. They have to take a first hold.
Yeah, absolutely do. They, if they lose this fight, there's still a chance the Converse Valkyries complete it, right? Just because they're this far forward doesn't mean they're going to get back in time. We're going to see the card already starting to make some progress under the watchful eye of Quicks. But this spawn hold starting out very well. Chance already out of the fight. But the cart is still moving. Hammer is swapped over now to the Bastion. And this could be brutal. This could break the spawn hold very, very quickly. We're going to see so much damage going into Apostle Shield. They go down very low. But it's going to be the May who finds Quicks to open things up. But the rest of the kills go rapidly in favor of the Valkyries, and this cart doesn't have very far to go at all. I'm not sure if they're going to get a second contest.
No, they won't. Not to give Hammer too much credit, Maxwell getting the pick off onto Baptiste is the bigger thing there, and that's actually going to be it. No one can even touch the cart. Even with the charging it down, Apostle's not going to reach the objective in time. And, I mean, a bear contest, but the players have already fallen, so that's going to be the 3-0 to Converse Valkyries in a very, very swift game.
Yeah, absolutely tremendous showing from them today. No doubt left in my mind that they are the stronger of the two teams today. Clair Saints just not able to find what they needed. And with that, Route 66 will be completed, and the Valkyries take home their second win of the season.
Yeah, and there it is, the turnaround play. And I mean, for the Converse Valkyries, going back to it, they've had a very unlucky set of teams to kind of play up against, right? They've again, just to run through some of the teams they've lost to: University of Texas Dallas, who we've talked about being a really strong team. You'll see them on stream at some point. They are incredibly good. Northwood Esports, again, a very, very, very strong team. Bay State College, not a team to sneeze at either. They're fairly, on the come up as well. So, looking at that 1-3 record for the Converse Valkyries, I think you're like, sure, they lost, but they took 2 maps against UTD. They took a map against Northwood. They took another map against Bay State. A team that clearly has some punching power and just had the bad luck of playing against teams that are, in Overwatch in general, some of the top performers across the board. So yeah, no, big things from this team. Converse Valkyries, I think, have impressed me, especially with their level of recognition of their win conditions in these fights to give themselves the 3-0 victory, and more critically, not just a 3-0 victory, but a 3-0 shutout, as not a single objective went over to St. Clair in this best of, or this first of 3.
You're absolutely right, Lafon. The strength of schedule for the Converse Valkyries is incredible, right? And I think, we've really seen that they've been forged in the fire here. They've come out, from these losses, these tough losses against very hard teams where they performed very well. And they've shown us what they're capable of here against the St. Clair Saints. So I'm excited to see a lot more out of them in the future.
Yeah. And I mean, even from last week to this week, it's been an improvement for the Valkyries, right? Even with against their game against GV Vikings in week 3, I suppose, looked really, really strong. So definitely impressive stuff here from the Valkyries, and looking forward to where they go to next.
As am I. Well, Lafon, we're going to throw it to a break before we get our next game underway. So stick around. We'll be back here in a few minutes as we come back with some more collegiate Overwatch action. We are back from a bit of an extended break, ready to bring you some more collegiate Overwatch action here at NECC. If you're just joining us, my name is Warren JuggleGod Hammond, joined on the mic by Lafon. Are you ready for this second series?
I am. You'll notice back there, Snowball and Winston are both sitting there, just absolutely excited to get into the match here. And we've got a good lineup for you. JW Blue versus Purdue Gold on this skill sheet today. JuggleGod. Let's get a quick look, of course, at the rosters of the two teams as we get set to go underway here. First up, obviously, we got a quick look at JW Blue, and I mean, these guys are in the hunt in terms of the score line, doing pretty well for themselves. Not, at the top end, but certainly not down in the dumps either.
No, you're absolutely right. They've had a fairly good going of it, as has Purdue, who we're going to take a look at next. JWU sporting a 2-1 record now, Purdue 2-2, and one little interesting fact that I found that I think might be give us a little bit of an indicator of how this is going to go today was that Johnson and Wales beat Ottawa 3-0, whereas Purdue lost 0-3. So if that match is anything to gauge this by, I think that a little bit of the advantage is going to go to Johnson and Wales today. But Purdue, with a great record as well, is certainly going to look to improve theirs too.
Yeah, we'll get a quick look, of course, at where our action is going to take place. We got to look at the map pool for this week, starting off in control. As always, Oasis is map number 1, going through the rest of the maps, and if required, a 6th map as a tiebreaker. Those hybrids can be a little pesky, but we'll see if we get there. Of course, up first, we do have to talk about Oasis, JuggleGod, because I mean, a bit of a breath of fresh air, I think, in terms of getting a chance to see this map. It's been somewhat MIA in terms of like getting a chance to watch teams play on it. So excited to see how adaptation comes through. Again, it's such a variety of compositions available on this style of map, especially with how different the 3 substages look like.
You're absolutely right. Blizzard did a great job, I think, of making these control maps varied, right, between each of the 3 subpoints. And Oasis is no exception at all. If we head to University, going to be a Brawl Fiesta right there. But if we end up Garden, could see either Brawl or Dive, more of a bit of a hybrid map. And then, of course, if we go to City Center, most likely going to see the Dive, as that high ground is so valuable.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see how that kind of works through. And, a lot. One of the things, of course, is we haven't seen, or what we'd like to see rather, is that flexibility from these teams. You highlighted these compositions are things that can be played on this map. What remains to be seen is, can these teams do that? Can they have that flexibility? Or are they going to stick to the tried and true and play what they're comfortable with and, not really flex beyond that? There isn't necessarily anything wrong about playing that way. However, it can on certain stages make things a little bit more difficult for you, just and your execution just has to be a lot cleaner as a result. We'll see how that kind of goes through. Off the rip though, JW Blue playing a more up-tempo style here. They're playing that Reaper Sombra look, which it's a rush comp in and of itself, but with the more mobile characters, the Winston and the Diva, mirrored out by Purdue Gold. On the other hand, they're running the Rhine and the May instead. So a little bit close quarters brawl for them, but the gates will open. We are underway here on Garden for our first sub map of the day. JuggleGod, the action begins now.
That it does. We're going to see both main tanks meet each other on the high ground. Genitalia going to lose their footing, but they use the jump hack to get right back into the action in short order. Shield of Nano Noodles looking a little bit low at the moment, but they're going to start pushing forward into this dive composition, as now they've got a little bit of momentum behind them. And with that, 2 members fall for JW Blue. We're going to see the Bush by taken out of the fight as well. And in fact, Shinobu doing some tremendous work right now on the Reaper. They go down to a sliver of health. Rare Soccer going down, and with that, Purdue Gold takes the first possession.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a little bit of an adaptation from from JW Blue in that close quarters. They don't have the cleave damage of the Reinhardt in that corridor, so maybe staging up on the objective once they recognize they're against a Reinhardt, just spread out a little bit more would have been ideal. That, of course, is in the past, and they have to make the adaptation now. Reapproaching the objective, JD Blue, nice block on the shadow there, though.
That was absolutely massive. That needed to come. That needed to not land if JW U was going to have a chance in this. Still, though, the advantage going the way of Purdue Gold. Couple of picks in their favor. Lerman's at the moment trying to escape as quick as they can to regroup.
I mean, considering the fact that you're going to lose that fight, it's still ideal that you block the Shatter because it means that Purdue Gold had to commit a little bit more. They used the Ant Matrix and they used a Blizzard from Mina. She felt it was necessary to land it, and I don't disagree with that at all, but that means that JW Blue now has the advantage on the return. Fushi's going to have the EMP shortly. You've obviously got the Primal Rage in a moment. And this Deadeye shuts down the Coalescence. That's massive by flanking.
That is absolutely huge. This 6-man dive composition really thrives on top of those Coalescences. And without that, it's going to get shut down in short order. But still several ults online for JWU Blue. But we're starting to approach last fight territory, Lafon.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an issue here. 70%, you still have time to work, and you're going to have the back cap being attempted by Fushi from JWU Blue. It'll pull back a lot of members, and that allows, the re-entry to come through. It's actually called back Purdue Gold, and they might just be in disarray in at least their positioning, if not their members. They retake the high ground, but they now have to worry about this EMP from Fushi.
They know it has to be coming soon. They've spotted the Reaper out now on the low ground. Here comes the EMP, catches out 5 members. That comes through onto Soavdannom as well. And with that, JWU got to take their first possession and fight win here on Oasis.
Yeah, full reset, of course, from Purdue Gold as the flip had come through. But that being said, it is still up to 92%. However, a fairly efficient run by JWU Blue as they get the EMP and the self-destruct in quick order. So not too ineffective a look. Now you're looking at trying to set up Shinobu for the Death Blossom, and obviously Chintalian trying to make this Primal Rage sing on the later stages of this fight.
6 ultimates coming up online though for Purdue Gold. We're gonna see the Deadeye popped first. That's gonna be the mech of Solsta not finding anywhere to be. Mina drops the Blizzard, but she's gonna be taken out shortly after that. Purdue Gold finding the kills that they need. Sound barrier there from Lermans to try and keep their team up, but the Shatter lands this time. Nano Noodle out of the fight. Recall forced onto Fushi. Just a Diva left on point. And with that, the point will be recaptured by Purdue Gold. And can anyone from JW Blue touch?
6%. They'll get someone on the objective, I think. But yeah, there it is. The overtime will be in effect. But, I mean, they're struggling. Mina gets hacked out, though. Big play by Fushi. I don't know that anyone can follow up, though.
No, it doesn't look like the Rare Soccer used the Coalescence to see if they can bring this back in the favor of JW Blue, but with another pick on the board in the Immortality field out, it's looking less and less likely. The Remake comes in for a kill as well. Blanky goes for the Deadeye, finds a couple, and with that, Purdue Gold will take the first sub-map on Oasis.
Big control from Purdue Gold, if you'll pardon the pun, as they really just walk back in. Initial pick-off is effective, and getting a lot of value from ultimates that historically are used more for zoning than really anything else. I mean, the Deadeye itself getting a couple of eliminations in that round, so flanking doing a pretty remarkable job on the Cassidy, despite not, in fact, flanking on that character.
Exactly. You know, I imagine the name is Flanking, but there's a part of me that wants the name to be Flan King. I actually think
it is that. In the pronunciation guide, it is written out as Flan King. I will say that the way I say flan is in fact flan and not flan, so I get away with claiming it could be
so
either.
You can kind of ride that line a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna see which one of these teams toes the line best here in this first engagement. JWU Blue opting for the brawl this time around, the rush composition. They're gonna take the high ground, giving Purdue Gold the low ground inside this little box right here. I'm gonna be curious to see which team ends up on top after this engagement and which one of these stagings is gonna work out best for them as the point unlocks in 1 second. Right now, Nano Noodle now on the low ground, gets stunned very low. That's going to be a lot of damage into them. The charge from Chintalian is good. Immortality field committed, but Fushi goes down regardless. That's going to be Nano Noodle now pushing back up to see if they can make more of this attack. Chintalian goes down. Mina finds their demise as well. And Matrix used now by Soavdannom. That's going to deal a lot of damage coming in from Purdue Gold. Many members of JWU Blue backing up and giving them the point.
I mean, Mina did her job, right? Gets in with one elimination, then draws enough distraction that she forces resources out, and that allows the front line to walk back out. If not for the Tracer, Purdue Gold would have been stuck in the close quarters environment, and Nano Noodle took a ton of damage. So really smart play by the Tracer player there to get things going. Chintallion gonna walk around the shoulder, and there gets the shatter, blocks most for it, and is gonna be taken out by as a result.
Chintallion does go down, but they are able to block a lion's share of that shatter. Fushi now backing off. They have the Dragon Strike, looking if they want to use it at the moment. The Deadeye gonna take out Rare Stalker. Lerman's is gone as well, and with no supports left, Purdue Gold takes another win.
Yeah, Purdue Gold also, that's a fairly efficient run through of that fight. They block the shatter from Chintallion for the most part. Only Tiber, I believe, was hit by it, but you're okay with your off tank staying alive. And now Nano Noodle looking to repay the favor by hiding in a corner with the shatter online.
They're going to see if they can lay it down here in short order. Chintallion shield going to be in the way. Here comes the Deadeye. Shield going to be up for this, though. But it doesn't matter. 2 picks still come through. And that's going to be a barrage of them in favor of Purdue Gold. But JW Blue not to be outdone. Fushi on an off angle, finding some value. Couple of huge picks to hand out of the fight. 64% on the board. Can Fushi come away with this fight when it's not going to be the case? Tiber now gonna be able to get back into mech as well.
Nano Noodle actually plays the hero in that fight. 2 eliminations with a Deadeye, but the Earth Shatter comes in clutch to clean things up, and now JW are playing from behind as they try and walk back in here.
We're gonna see Fushi getting to the party a little bit late. Deadeye now committed. Oh, but the D-Mech comes in. That means the Deadeye lands onto Solsta as well. Stab Barrier committed by the Bush Spy. We've got 90% on the board now for Purdue Gold. Self-destruct now launched into the back line. It's going to catch one. And with that, Purdue Gold primed to take this second sub-map. The first map win here on Oasis and take them to 1-0 in this match.
Yeah, really dominant performance here on this, especially on the second stage for Purdue Gold, as hit the go button and don't allow their opposition back. Big clutch plays coming in from several members. I mean, obviously Nano Noodle with the biggest play, I think, in terms of allowing the Purdue Gold to stabilize here. But nonetheless, a great overall team effort as they take that 1-0 lead, exactly as you said.
Yeah, fantastic work from them. You know, I thinking back to that first sub map, I want to see JW Blue, potentially come out with that 6-man dive once again. I think that was looking pretty strong for them. And since we are headed next to Numbani, I think that they're going to have a stronger chance of coming back in this matchup against Purdue Gold right now. So I hope to see that as we move on to Numbani, Lafon.
Yeah, I was just going through and looking at some of the notes we have on the players and just seeing we talk about Numbani at the top, or in the last series, of course, and that's really a dive favorite map. It has a lot of high ground, especially on that first point. There were times where we did see, Reinhardt coming to play on Numbani first, but that was often the height of goats more than anything else. So a long time ago, as of late, has been that mobility style that is more favored there, and especially the Winston Wrecking Ball kind of characters like that. So with teams that have shown a little bit less desire to go to those, to the Winston, I'm curious how Numbani will in fact proceed. That is the biggest question for me ahead of map number 2.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree with you there, right? It's going to be curious to see how these teams, approach this. Purdue Gold has the win on this last map. Do they continue to show us what they did with the Brawl, which would, frankly, be, I think, kind of surprising, or do we see the swap over to something that is more dive-based? And if they decide to meet JWU with that 6-man dive head-to-head, which is what I'm expecting them to come out on, that'll be interesting as well. But I think we also have to talk about the Sky battle, right? There's the potential to see a Pharah or an Echo come out on Numbani, and that could really have an effect too.
Yeah, it absolutely could. Obviously we do know that these players rather can play mobility. Speaking specifically about Purdue Gold, obviously, with regards to JWU, they elected to run, the Winston Diva on stage 1 of Oasis. So we know that they're comfortable playing that, that high, the mobility compositions if required. But obviously Mina has shown the Tracer, so we know that they, at least some of the members of Purdue are willing to go to, that high tempo style. It's going to be the defense first from JWU Blue here.
And so far, both teams hovering over a dive composition. Not going to be the six-man that we saw previously on Oasis. Going to be a little bit different look, but I have to say, I like what both teams are coming out with now. Shinobu and Flan King on the Ash right now, hovering over that and Spawn. No aerial presence, though, this time around. But you don't have to have it here on Numbani either. I like the Torb coming out as well from Fushi.
It's going to make life difficult for Mina, right? Getting through that low ground rotation means you take free spam from the turret on the way in. And if you try and get through main, the turret also, just puts a little bit of pressure on you. So keeping that mobility, the flanker in check is a big part of the defensive end of things. And so JW Blue right now has the anti-dive comp set up pretty spectacularly, and it's something that I think is going to be good. However, it means that Chintalian will have to play it more solo on the Winston Young defense.
That's true. They're going to have to be very, very careful about their health and, just when exactly they dive in, making sure all their abilities, other teammates' abilities are on cooldown. Flanking, throwing in some dynamite over to the back right of the point. They're going to go down, though, early on from Fushi. Timber eats the business end of an anti-nade. They might be quickly out of their mech. Got to see a couple of members come back with some more health, but that's not going to be the case for Flan King or Mina. Chintalian out of the fight, though, means that, at least for the moment, the defense is going to hold.
I'm pretty sure there was actually a sleep dart from Rare Soccer on the Ana, and that allowed the headshot to come in from Shinobu. It looked at least like that. It's considering that Tiber was the one antied and the assist showed up, I'm willing to bet it was a sleep dart. So JW Blue supports living or keeping themselves in the fight longer.
Nano Noodle going to go down very early. That is going to make things very difficult for Purdue Gold to push in. And with that, JW Blue holds.
Yep, just a clean fight. Obviously, the elimination onto the Winston first, then the cleanup onto the remaining members just slows Purdue Gold down. And I will say the one thing that Purdue Gold has struggled with so far in map number 2 is they just aren't playing quickly enough. They're taking too few fights, and they're not really getting their tanks in an advantage or in a position to dive onto the high ground to take space. Something they'll need to change quickly if they want any further look at the rest of Numbani.
You're absolutely right. Almost 2 minutes off the clock already, and we are just now seeing our second real fight. I feel like that there's been like 1.5 at this point. Tiber able to take out that turret. That's going to cause a lot less problems now for Mina. We're going to see the whip shot come in and boop Nano Noodle away. Mina, she comes away with a pick, though. Shinobu out of play. Fushi drops the Molten Core as well as a turret on point, but they're not going to be long for this world. Rare Soccer commits the Nano boost as well, but the pick still coming in. Nano Noodle is slept, though, so that may take out of commission for the moment. They pop back up, though, right out of that Primal Rage. 1 point, 1 tick down. Self-destruct catches Nano Noodle. Can they... another pick in here. It looks to be going the way of Purdue Gold.
Yeah, this one's going to be Purdue Gold, too, especially as this is going to stack up at the objective and no one can contest. So, Fushi... taking out there the sleep dart, rather unceremoniously putting them to bed, as now JW Blue will have to retreat to the second phase of Numbani and try and back up. Purdue Gold win that fight actually fairly cleanly. They only really use the Primal and the Nano, which means that they're going to have a lot for this early phase, and I'd like to see Purdue Gold take advantage of their superior resource advantage by making an aggressive play here.
It looks like they're going to do just that. They pushed up quite far already. You can see Flan King starting to take a few shots in the backline. Suhan has the Nano boost ready to go. They want to get Nano Noodle back up to about full health before they commit it, though. We're going to see the Bob coming in now from Shinobu. Chintalian already out of the fight, though. That's not a good thing for JWU Blue. The Bob is going to help them stall and get Chintalian back into the fight, though.
Looking for that leap. You can see Suhan trying to just eyeing it up, and jumping out of range just means that it's delayed, but that's going to be enough as the self-destruct goes behind the bubble, and that's a big kill. That's a big capture too. Purdue Gold used everything. I think they might be changing some of their characters, because that was Tactical Advisor, Nano, Bob, and I mean, they granted themselves the objective, but a very expensive, unnecessary commitment for how much space they gained from it.
Yeah, you're right. There was maybe a little too much thrown at that fight right there. They absolutely won it, but now it's going to give JWU Blue another opportunity to come back in this. Not going to be any swaps coming through, so it looks like maybe just a little miscommunication resulting in that ult dump right there. Lerman's now looking for an opportunity to use this rally. They're going to Nano Boost committed, though, onto Chintalian. Here comes the rally now from Lerman's. Bushi is down, though, already. So JWU Blue still taking this 5v6 as we have a pause.
Yeah, that was a case. I mean, the Bush Spy, that anti-nade was so close to being very efficient from Rare's Soccer. Unfortunately, the rally comes in just in time for Purdue Gold to keep them stabilized. Overall, I mean, tough ask, but keeping the fight going is a smart play by Purdue Gold. We'll see how well it resolves once we get back into the match itself. So far, though, I mean, Purdue Gold, once they got their feet under them, they were off to the races on Numbani. So we'll see how it turns, or how it ends, I suppose, once we get back in.
Yeah, that we will. Things not looking too great for JW Blue at the moment, but if they back out and go for a recommit on this, it may end up going a little bit better for them. But there's not too much time before the cart reaches those final few meters, so they're going to have to play this very, very delicately, I think.
Yeah, speaking of delicately, the other issue that comes to mind is that with how dominant or how reasonable defense A was for JWU, they lost a lot of that progress with how quickly Purdue Gold took seconds. So that's something to keep in mind as well. The time bank is very much a wash, I think, after those first two stages. So usually a good defense on first gives you a little bit more progress, especially if you get a hold on second, but that didn't happen. So it ends up being a bit of it's going to be a pretty large time bank if Purdue Gold wins on this fight.
It certainly will be, and it does look likely that they're going to being perfectly honest. And I find it interesting as well that Purdue Gold decided not to swap their composition. You talked about the ult dump that happened at the end of the second, and maybe it looked like a swap was coming in. They've still got time after this fight even to swap compositions if they so desire. Brawl is just so great on this final point. With the dive, it's hard to get behind the enemy when their spawn is essentially what's behind them. Putting their backs up against the wall. So I'll be curious to see if that happens if they lose this next fight, or if they lose a fight, trying to push that card in those final few meters.
Yeah, one thing that Purdue Gold is doing a good job of is getting that first pick, right? The fights where they're losing the first player, they're struggling a little bit. I mean, this is just Overwatch 101, right? The team that has the first pick in an engagement oftentimes wins just due to how quickly snowball potential with numbers advantages in this game. But it is a good sign when you're winning those fights and you're getting them more often, which is Purdue Gold is. So something that I suppose is a small moment of praise for them as we load back into the map.
Pause going to be undone. Solsta back in the game. That's going to be unfortunate, though, for JWU Blue, as they were on the back foot here already. Pushi going to be forced to use the tac visor. That's going to create a lot of space. Not going to result in any kills, at least not initially, as all the members of Purdue Gold just back off. But it gave time for Solsta to get back into the fight, and that is big for them. Nano Boost just about online now for Suhant, and I'm anticipating it going right onto Nano Noodle. Bob, though, committed first by Shinobu. That's going to get a lot of work done and stall out this cart once again for Purdue Gold.
Yeah, Suhant doing a good job of keeping people alive, though, especially there. We saw Mina go down, and there's the self-destruct going to be applied. The Nano's on the brig, actually, so that's, a little bit more survivability. Somebody just touched the cart, though. It's not going to happen as the eliminations come quick, and JW Blue aren't able to get a full contest in. We'll start off as a push with the Nano or with the self-destruct, ended almost entirely because of the self-destruct as well. So Purdue Gold outlast the tactical visor, outlast the Bob, and yeah, that's going to be the end of the map. And 248, the time bank that the Purdue Gold have to work with. So reasonable look so far for them.
It really is. That's a fantastic time bank to complete with. It can be such a slog getting through that third point, just like it can be with any payload on third point. Purdue Gold now going to be mounting up their defense. JW Blue going to have to see if they can push this card all the way through the streets of Numbani. They're going to be going up against a dive composition on defense. But Chintalian, if this is to be believed on the Roadhog, that could make life difficult for Nano Noodle.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how long this stays in effect, because this
Yeah.
composition, I don't know, we'll see. It's possible. I don't hate a Roadhog pick, but I've known too frequently teams to like change things up at the last moment. So we'll wait till the
Yeah.
offense doors open up. But I mean, Purdue Gold, it's been working, so
Ooh.
why change? As Solsta is having a little bit of a struggle, yeah, we'll get down to it. I've been there. I've been there.
Yeah.
Not so long ago, I was one of those players on campus, so I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think in this instance that even as we wait to get back in the game, I think Purdue Gold has done a great job of um, speeding up the game a little bit. They seem to be more comfortable playing under pressure than JWU is, and it has, I think, led to certain fights, a couple of fights specifically. I think the one that comes to mind most frequently, or most recently rather, was of course that self-destruct play at the very end of Numbani. If only because, you know,
Mm-hmm.
by hitting the go button first, Purdue Gold knows how they want to take the fight, and it feels like JWU just doesn't quite have a response at the same time that they need to. So they're losing fights simply just by not having a plan in time.
Yeah, that's true. You know, it's there's so little time when you're in these games, even when you're sent back to spawn, right?
Yeah.
To regroup, to see what the enemy team has, see what else they have, try and figure out where they are, and then craft a plan of your own that you then try to execute. It's very, very little time to do all of these things. So it's you know, tremendous that it frankly gets done at all. But
Yeah.
you know, it gets harder and harder, of course, the higher you climb as well. And with teams of this caliber, that means it's quite the ask. Um, Still waiting on let's see here, Solsta to get back into lobby. Let's throw to a very short break here while we get them back in. Hopefully, it won't be too long. We will see you all back here in just a few short moments. Thank you for with us through that extended break. We've got Solsta back in the lobby and ready to go. Apologies for that delay. It's going to be campus internet to blame this time around. Door open here for Purdue Gold's or JWU Blues attacking to see if they can equalize or better the time that Purdue Gold set for them. Gonna be a massive anti-nade hits 5 members. Fushi the only one who doesn't take a chunk of that right there. Several members of JWU Blue now moving up high ground. Gonna see if they can push out this soldier, but the legs is going to be able to run away in short order. Fushi now trying to layer in some damage high ground. Chintalian's hook does not land, but a lot of damage coming into the Purdue Gold side.
Yeah, even as the anti-nade's got a ton of value there, the isolation just was not good enough, and the dive did not come through from Purdue Gold. So the damage throughput from Shinobu and Fushi was enough, and Chintalian just a threat on the flank, right? The Roadhog, an ever-present irritation there, always at risk of a hook coming in. Is always a problem. But I mean, with that, Purdue Gold have lost a ton of members in the second phase of Numbani, ending up being a little bit of an issue here. JWU Blue seems fully reset and on the hunt to try and close out the second stage.
Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job of pushing through this map at a breakneck pace, really faster than Purdue Gold got first point forward. And Chintalian taking a very, very aggressive hold on that Roadhog as well.
And
in, snags Nano Noodle. That's going to be one Winston taken care of. And with so many ults coming online as well for JW, this looks like it's going to be very difficult for Purdue Gold to hold on to. They're going to back off, see if they can wait for Winston to get back in, but they've only got moments before Streets phase is done.
Yeah, I mean, this has just been a complete roll through from JW Blue, and Purdue Gold has not ever gotten their feet under them. Critically, too, JW Blue has done this without using any resources whatsoever. This time, the hook will go wide, so Chintalian should be at risk, but no, the knockback's there in time to keep them alive, and so Purdue Gold aren't even able to punish that aggressive flank.
No, they're not. They're going to be able to go straight back on that flank with Fushi catching 2 out with the Dragon Strike. JW Blue is making a breakneck pace through this map. Self-destruct is going to land. That's going to take out 1. Mina's, she's good for it. And with that, JW Blue may have to back off.
Yeah, they will definitely have to back off. And in fact, any aggression here is going to be a little bit risky too. Lerman's trying to find that front line, quickly rebuffed, and yes, sent back via the most difficult method. So Purdue Gold stabilized for the moment here, JuggleGod, but that cost them everything. They only have, I mean, they don't even have the rally yet. 20% is an eternity when you're coming into the fight, and JW Blue has all the resources they need to retake this.
Oh, they absolutely. Nano Boost can go on to several members. Could even potentially go on to Bob as soon as Shindobo decides to commit it. She goes down to about half health. We're going to see the dive staged on the high ground from Purdue Gold, but a diamond is going to dissuade them. And with that, Nano Noodle out of the fight as well. Things are opening up in a huge way for JWU Blue right now. Another couple of picks coming on the board for them. Rare Soccer not even having to commit the Nano yet. This could be them finishing with over a minute greater than Purdue Gold. Rally has to be used by the Bush Spy to try and stave off the bleeding, but the Nano Boost has now been committed to Chintalian. And with that Hog doing extra damage, it's going to make life very difficult for the members of Purdue, falling like flies at this point under this barrage of pressure. And with that, the map is finished with a 16 over Purdue Gold.
Yeah, it's really entirely different look from JW Blue on this attacking run. Their performance, spectacular and decisive, is the best descriptor, I think. They just completely run it down in the best way possible. And Purdue Gold absolutely have no response whatsoever to that level of aggression. So isolating, man, JW Blue just, it feels like they've woken up. And I mean, Purdue Gold now, they were on the front foot and all of a sudden have had the rug pulled out from underneath them.
Oh, they certainly have. I mean, they had to be feeling really good about their time bank, and to see time taken off of it at the end because JWU Blue finished with so much, that's got to sting a little bit, especially after, a pretty convincing win in control right before this on Oasis. So they're looking a little rough right now. JWU Blue, they're gonna have this same composition that they used on attack on defense. And you know, it's interesting. I've seen this Sigma Hog composition come out several times recently, and I'm, you know, just wondering if it's starting to, you know, have more prominence in the meta.
I mean, the first time we saw this work in, you know, competitive Overwatch, like at a high level, it was in the grand finals, right, of the third season of Overwatch League, right, when that Mega Hog came in.
Right.
But it still has, like, I mean, even though Hog got nerfed since then, it still has a lot of utility, especially if you're the rest of your team can kind of stabilize, and having that flanker who has so much health can really be, you know, a stabilizing factor.
JW Blue already going to take a pick. That's Mina out of the fight, and with her gone, Purdue Gold are just going to back up and give a little bit of room to JWU Blue while they regroup.
I mean, what are you gonna do? You're down one member. You're not gonna. The fight hasn't even started. Just full reset, right? So, I mean, the one problem is that it has evaporated a minute of time from Purdue Gold's already meager time bank. So they'll really only have one attempt at this, and they don't really have any resources walking into this fight.
No, they don't. Neither do Purdue Gold, but they have the positional advantage going into this for sure. A lot of pressure being put on Gentalia, but they're going to be able to deal with it very well. Fushi gets another pick, this time on the Flan King. Make that a second one. The Bush Spy out of this fight with a little under a minute to go. Purdue Gold once again has to reset very, very.
Yeah, I mean, they're not. Oh,
wow.
Okay, so how to get the eliminate? That is a very interesting trade because Purdue Gold can now isolate singular members and take a 5v5 fight. Fushi respawning, Mina's in their spawn. This, if JW Blue doesn't expect this, Mina can get force the 5v6 before this fight even starts.
Oh yeah, look, they've just caught her around the corner. Here comes the stun. But the headshot from Shinobu, they knew that they were still back there. They've waited for it. Huge heads-up play from the Ash player of JWU Blue. We're going to see the Dragon Strike now committed by the hook comes in from Gentalian. And with that, the Bush Spy is going to be out of the fight. Seconds left to go. Overtime has been committed. And Purdue Gold not any closer to capture this first point. JW Blue coming up with a tremendous hold here on the first point of Numani in round number 3.
Yeah, they're going to now have 3:16 left to take a third of the objective. So we'll see how, and considering how quickly they did the first time around, it's looking all but inevitable at this point. So we'll see. But JW Blue have prevented Purdue Gold from extending their lead no matter what, but B, have nearly put themselves back on the board with that defense. We'll see how well they're able to accomplish the offensive portion required to win out this map, but things are looking good.
Yeah, they are right now. JWU Blue has to be feeling much better about their situation at this point. I mean, especially considering how quickly they were able to take the first point away from Purdue Gold. I mean, it was just in the blink of an eye, practically. It was the first fight. So, you know, they've got to be looking at this 3:16 timing like, oh, this is worse than pretty. We've got 5 attempts at this. Surely one of these is going to work for 33%.
And I think the big problem here is that Purdue Gold doesn't have a response for the stability of the front line that JW Blue, and I use the word front line sort of loosely here because the Roadhog isn't playing with the rest of the squad, nor should they be. Gentalian is doing a great job of, getting on the flank, making sure that, if Nanonoodle tries to jump in, the hook is there to meet them. And, Purdue Gold have not found a response to shut down this Roadhog, and JW Blue have made the most of it.
Yeah, they certainly have. It's been, a tremendous adaptation that we've seen come out for JWU Blue. And you're right, Purdue Gold just doesn't seem to have an answer for it. They're not going to go with a composition swap here. They're going to try and, just adapt their play style to counter what JWU Blue has been using. They're set up now. First hook's not going to land for Gentalian. Anti-nade those he does. And with that, Solsta is out of the fight in short order. And JWU Blue, thinking about backing off, they're going to continue to push, at least try to get damage, maybe build some ult charge.
Oh, what a big anti-nade. That's massive. That's actually going to end this next fight. Yeah, really well done there by Purdue Gold and Suhant as well. Charging up a pretty significant amount of damage or ult charge to both Nanonoodle and Suhant. So that's going to be some real ultimate's going to continue in this next one, that Purdue Gold will have the advantage. I mean, you're looking at the time bank, you're saying, I mean, theoretically, just considering the resource advantage, Purdue Gold should win this next fight, which then puts them on even ground. And all of a sudden, you know, another 2 fights like that, Purdue Gold are looking at perhaps equalizing to a draw.
Yeah, they absolutely could be. They did a tremendous, just a tremendous amount of ult charge built up. We're going to see that come in again. Nano Noodle just about has that Primal Rage, and another anti-nade hits, but it's going to be Blind King finding their demise. First, Fushi again. Going to be, they are taken out, dealt with, but is damage already done? That is the question. Can JW Blue continue to stay on point? Gentalian trying their best to do just that on the Roadhog, waiting for that breather to come back. That is going to be able to get healed back up. The hook lands. Nice pick right there. And with that, Purdue Gold is starting to fall by the wayside. Nanoboost committed to Solsta as well. Bob on the point. And with that, JW Blue will tie up the series.
Yeah, that's an equalization if I ever saw one. And yeah, amazing stuff by JW Blue. The, you know, like a stream of water, just continuously wearing away at the defense of Purdue Gold. And I think Fushi, the hero, as we'll see here in this highlight, the reason why this ends up being the control or the capture both times the round has opened has been off the Hanzo, or the objective was opened was off the Hanzo hitting some critical shots. So Fushi definitely the difference maker for JWU in Numbani, and a big reason as to why it is 1-1 scoreline here and now.
They certainly were. So it's going to be up to Purdue Gold now to see if they can figure out how exactly they're going to neutralize this Hanzo threat, right? And it's you know, I feel like it's the Hanzo and the Hog, right? They're both finding that. Maybe Fushi finding a little bit more, at least in terms of final blows for their team, which is at the end of exactly what you want. We're going to be headed to our next map in short order, and this right now could be anybody's game, but I have to admit that JWU Blue looked like a completely different team once we got them onto a payload style map.
I think they were an entirely different team. I'm going to slightly restate that. I think they were an entirely different team once they went to a composition that fit them more accurately. Their tempo was not to be found on the first map on Control, and certainly not the first half of Numbani. Right, on their first defense, they looked somewhat lost, winning at or defending against A by virtue of the fact that high ground is so difficult to take more than anything else. Once they got onto that Roadhog composition on their own attack round, I think they've looked a lot better. And it may be something that is going to be a difference maker more than anything else. However, I will highlight that the next map we're going to, which is going to be Route 66, is a little bit less defender favored on that first objective. Right, it's a lot harder to deny the entry from a mobility composition or even a rush composition that Purdue Gold tried to run or ran on the first map. So that's going to have to be the true test, I think, for JWU here in map number 3.
I think that's a very good analysis and setup for this map. Really, you know, it's going to be the defense going to be much harder to hold on that first point. You know, since we don't have a capture point, we aren't in the hybrid. It is a straight escort. Not going to worry about that necessarily, but this is going to be a very different situation here. But I still have to like JWU Blue's chances given what we've seen so far in Numbani, and especially because you can continue to run this composition here on Route 66.
Yes, you can. And to your point there about being able to run this composition, it's not that it's necessarily composition cannot be run, more that it is easier to flank this composition, make deny the Roadhog less value. However, I will say getting in without losing a player is going to be sort of the adaptation Purdue Gold needs to make. Do not give free sight lines to Fushi, especially on the Hanzo, who's hit pretty clean headshots. And Shinobu, of course, the damage throughput with a double headshot from both of those can take down a tank pretty much instantly. So JW Blue gonna, that's sort of their game win condition. Purdue Gold has to basically just avoid that, and through the nature of their dive comp, will get more success later in the fight.
Yeah, that they will. It's gonna be up to them to stage this, get into the position they need to, all as a group before they pounce, and that's gonna be tough right here. Cart making a decent amount of here go Noodle now with the engagement. They're going to be stunned, go down to about half health, dropping back to the cart. But that's going to be a lot of ult charge, both for Suhant and Nano Noodle, which is exactly what they're looking to build right now. Gentalian's hook doesn't land this time around, and that's going to be a lot of cart progress still being made by Purdue Gold. JWU Blue really hasn't contested the cart at this point. They're looking for these kills first. Gentalian gonna go down, but Fushi does find a pick, but is it gonna be enough as the nano boost from Suhant is getting a lot of work done. Fushi finds another, but that's gonna be all as they're taken out of the fight, and with that, Purdue Gold will take first point.
Yeah, it's just a last-second contest, and the cleanup crew is right there. I don't even think they'll need to use the Primal Rage here, especially as the eliminations come in very quickly. No one left alive. So that's what I was highlighting at the top of the map, right? Is that, yes, this composition can get value for JWU. Unfortunately, for them, Purdue Gold is going to have a little bit more space to work. Nano Noodle, even with that, does not feel the need to hit the Primal Rage even after the hook.
No, they don't. They're still going in without it. That is pretty incredible that they've been able to stay up for that long. Mina finding a final blow onto Lermans as well. That's going to set JWU's defense back quite a bit.
I mean, this is essentially GT dive. Nice pulse bomb goes slightly wide. It forces the immortality field though, so this is going to allow Mina to walk in with the Dragon Blade should they choose to, without any defensive ability going down. Nice Matrix to deny the hook as well, by the way.
We're going to see a Dragon Strike come in from Fushi. This time it's not going to find its target. We've got a blade up and ready to go. We're going to see that committed now onto the win. The Nano Boost goes, and that actually looks to be the play as a couple of picks come in very quickly after that. Amplification Matrix not going to do any good this time for Rare Soccer, and that Immortality Field only keeps Lermans up for a little while.
Yeah, I mean, even that, once that player is down, or once the rest of the team is down, it doesn't matter that one player is left alive. So Purdue Gold will get through. Ooh, Mina, that's aggressive. Forces the recall out, but staying alive for the moment. Mina? That's a wall, so that's gonna be the Genji take it out. But with the casting now coming in from Shinobu, JW Blue gonna make wholesale changes. They go to a near mirror dive composition of their own. Definitely behind in resources as a result, though. So they'll have to win this one out cleanly with no abilities if they want a chance to slow down this payload.
And they start taking out flanking from the fight. The Bush fight got pop the route. They can't turn things around a little bit, but an anti-nade from Rare Soccer is going to make that pretty difficult. Gentalian and Shinobu both go down, though, so it looks like this rally may have been the answer as the Bush Spy is leading the charge. 300
HP Brig running at you. What do you do? And the answer is go back to spawn. One way or another, the Bush Spy denying JW Blue any space. Fushi coming out in a big way. Big sleep. No recall available, but yeah. Suhat will run it down, just punch at the Tracer. Oh, the correct play in that situation.
Yeah, it absolutely is. We're going to see Lerman's able to take Mina out of the fight, and with that, JWU Blue looking primed to take this defensive hold. In fact, Purdue Gold just going to back off and give them space, wait for their teammate to come back.
Yeah, Tiber was eyeing the self-destruct in the back there, but that bubble just stood up a little too long as Purdue Gold goes for the full or just a temporary reset here. Nano Boost available for Suhan.
Gentalian going down very low. They pop that Primal Rage right as their health is starting to get critical. A lot of space now by JWU Blue. They're going to continue to pummel Purdue Gold into oblivion, but Tiber just barely hanging on for life, able to get healed back up. Not going to be able to say the same for Flan King, though, as Purdue Gold backs off and gives some space once again to the Blue.
Yeah, a really good job of JWU Blue to just continue being aggressive and denying Purdue Gold, who have been looking to try and apply this nano boost to go in, but again, just 2 weeks. So good work by JWU Blue to try and run down this block.
Nano Boost now committed onto Mina, but the Dragon Blade not gonna get anything this time around. Unfortunate for them. That is a huge win condition gone and out the window, but Gentalian is down as well. So there's absolutely an opportunity to make something happen. Self-destruct committed on point, not gonna find any kills. Deadeye gonna zone several away. But we're going to be able to keep pushing this card forward. Flanking now on the flank, looking for somebody with that pulse bomb. Gonna go in for it. The stick is there, and the kill comes in onto Gentalian as well. Solsta out of the mech, not gonna be able to last too long in that state. And with that, Purdue Gold has some momentum behind them. They're getting close to the golden box of victory here. Can they complete it? Lermans pops the rally to keep JW Blue alive, and then they're rewarded with a pick onto the Bush Spy. That's going to make life a lot harder for Suhan. And once again, see Purdue Gold pushed away.
Yeah, the moment differences for Purdue Gold have just not been there to close this map out yet. And I mean, JW Blue are holding on by the skin of their teeth in certain engagements, certain fights. We're going to see Mina switch over to Cassidy now, a little bit more consistent range damage from that mid area as a Flan King tries for a little bit of damage on the side. Purdue Gold would go for another nano boost engage here.
Nano Noodle doing a lot of work. Nano boost. They're going to be able to take Lermans out of the fight. Rare Soccer gets the nano boost online before they start to get attacked. Shinobu looking for anybody with the Deadeye, but everybody's hiding pretty effectively. Goes for the flash, but not going to find a target. They do eventually chase down Nano Noodle, and with that, the push has stopped once again.
Yeah, now it's only a minute 20 left on the clock here for Purdue Gold. They have not found a fight that really fits their tastes. They have not been able to really get in the backline, and they're trading 1-for-1, which will always favor the defense here with how close their spawns are. So JW Blue are looking pretty primed for success, as they've also got both tank ultimates coming into this last fight.
Pulse Bomb gonna go out, not find its intended target. Here comes the self-destruct from Souls to Amber, but by just proc their rage, they're gonna use it immediately to try and push this in. Suhan, though, is down, and that is a big deal without those extra heals line and without that nano boost getting procced either. This fight is looking a little harder, but they are able to get a couple of kills. The cart is going to start moving, but will the respawns be enough for them to hold on?
At this point, I don't think so. Nano Noodle's so low. But they needed to get that finish, but they can't, and Nano Noodle will be able to be healed back up. Entering this last fight, the Nano Boost is available. Nano Noodle will get it applied, and the last couple of members falling to pieces.
Oh, there's going to be a Pulse Bomb. That is big. Mina, she is zoning out everyone else. Rare Soccer goes down, and with just 10 seconds to spare, Purdue Gold finds the end of Route 66.
I mean, even still, that's still a capture time bank that you're okay with if you're JW Blue, simply with how quickly your opposition took the first two stages. So, I mean, for JW Blue, yes, it's not great that they captured the full map, but overall, still a decent showing for them, especially on third.
Oh, it really was. They mitigated so much time there. I mean, it was just a snowball. It was an avalanche for 2 points for Purdue Gold, but JW Blue just did a fantastic job coming alive there at the last moment and being able to hold off that aggression. They did a great job there, I think, of getting the first pick in a lot of those fights. You know, we talked about the importance of that earlier. And I mean, speaking of first picks, look at this. JW Blue going back over that pick-based composition. Now, unfortunately for them, they're going to face a much meatier look when you look at Purdue Gold, right? The Reinhardt, the Diva. A lot more survivability here, especially against the Roadhog. So adaptation going to need to be the name of the game here for JW Blue once they walk out, as Purdue Gold has certainly understood the what JW Blue wants to run, and figures that their dive comp just not having the same level of success against it. It's time to go to the rush. I think this could be a wise choice for them. Oh, I think we're gonna get this interesting little cart hold right here via the May wall. I'm gonna be curious to see if that's exactly what they're going for. Mina goes down early though. Huge anti-nade hits from Soccer, and with that, everybody from Purdue Gold is backing off just as quick as they can. Mayball comes out to try and stall out this card just a little bit with the presence of some of Purdue Gold right there, but another anti gonna force them to back off again. Rare is hitting them left and right.
I mean, the one thing is that Suhan is going to have an amplification matrix right now, simply due to the amount of damage that's coming in, but Purdue Gold has not yet stopped the payload.
No, they haven't. This is looking very similar to what we just saw on the other side of things. Fushi gonna connect for 1 kill, gonna open things up, and with Lon King out of the fight, that is big. Shinobu will find their demise as well. They're also gonna pop the Gravitic Flux. Not able to find a kill with it this time around, but they're getting a lot of damage him in elsewhere. It's going to be Purdue Gold coming up with the kills, though, and holding on here.
Yeah, the Earth Shatter comes in a big way, and the Bush Spy completing the sound barrier as well to just give Purdue Gold that staying power. Those eliminations are clean from JW Blue, no question about it. Unfortunately, they weren't able to shut down the tanks. Nano Noodle so close to dying multiple times in those fights, but a couple with the Immortality Field first, keeping them alive, and the sound barrier as well for the second. The support's working overtime to keep the front line up and allow Purdue Gold to get their first hold on Route 66.
It might be short-lived though, because JWU Blue has almost 4 ultimates ready to gear, and just the Blizzard and the Asian Matrix, and neither of those are online yet. Nice hook from Chintali, and that's gonna open things wide open for JWU Blue, and with that, the members of Purdue Gold fall.
Yeah, sometimes, I mean, that's the pick comp that comes in there, right? The hook lands on the best possible member it can, onto the Baptiste there, and then on top of that, you get Fushi coming in with a couple of big eliminations with the Hanzo. Purdue Gold going to change wholesale now, going over, returning to the composition that they opened the map with, or very close to it. Mina going to stick on the Cassidy otherwise. It is the composition that they started and ended the map with. Now, JW Blue, the game plan hasn't changed to what their opponents are running. It simply becomes a little bit harder to hit those skill shots, though certainly not impossible.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's definitely well within the realm of possibility. Fushi getting very close to this Dragon Strike once again. Big 8 hits one more time from Rare Soccer. Lerman's going to pop the rally right after that. Here comes the Dragon Strike from Fushi. It's going to go right middle of Purdue Gold. Deadeye popped by Mina. She's not going to find anybody this time around. In fact, it's going to be Shinobu getting the pick instead. Fushi trying to finish things off right here for JW Blue, and with that, they have.
Sahan's just trying a little fancy footwork there to stay alive a little bit longer, but it's gonna go down there as a result. I mean, Purdue Gold, the fight was fairly okay. Just running in again too many resources from their opposition. Sometimes these fights, even if they start off strong for you, the ultimates just end them too quickly. I will say JW Blue though, don't use their 2 critical ones. They're gonna have the Whole Hog and the Gravitic Flux, 2 tools that can really shut down a choke, which Purdue Gold has to walk through just to get to the objective.
They're gonna walk through self-destruct. That's going to clear a lot of space for them to get in and start to stage. Chintali going down. Two-Hand just about has this nano boost ready to go as well. Without Chintalian in the fight, things are going to be a lot harder for JW. Solsta going to be working overtime right now. Pushing out, looking for an off angle, but Flying King has spotted them out, and they're starting to look for them in and around this building.
Looking the wrong way, though, as it was to the left and not the right, so Fushi will get the elimination. And another big pickup. Chitali comes in with the hook and elimination as well. Another one, part 2.
Gonna see the Nano Boost committed to Nano Noodle to keep them online. After that hook lands, Fushi has the Dragon Strike one more time. Big anti-nade lands from Rare Soccer one more time. Dragon Strike gonna be eaten this time by Tiber. Big from Purdue Gold right there. Gonna be rewarded with a couple of other kills, and with that, the card has stopped.
Yeah, and Flanking gonna make sure that Solsa stays down as well. So, I mean, Tiber, big play there, getting the Dragon Strike denied for them. I will highlight also, speaking of ultimates denied, Chintalian was stunned out of the Whole Hog. So another resource that just didn't find purchase in that last fight. Now Purdue Gold have to only worry about a minute 12. And JW Blue, I mean, similar concerns, though, for opposite reasons, is to try and find an elimination. Deadeye and Nano Boost both at the ready.
Gonna be curious to see if they come out soon. Fushi just about to get the Dragon Strike once again. Didn't this just get eaten? That is absolutely insane how fast he's building these. He's got a good mark on several people in that lineup, but the Dragon Strike gonna go a little bit low, actually. He dropped his aim just a little too much there at the end. But the Gravis is going to land, going to capture both of the supports, but they're able to stay alive. Deadeye going to catch Solsta out, so without their tank, looking a little bit tougher. 30 seconds left to go for JW Blue. They have to find an answer here. They have to get through this point, otherwise this is going to Purdue Gold.
Yeah, the Nano Boost was used onto Nano Noodle, but slept out of it, so that's taken away and wasted there. Tiber gonna use the self-destruct over the top. It doesn't find any eliminations, but it does spend everyone flying scattered to the winds, and that allows Purdue Gold to get another elimination. They're desperate to keep themselves alive here.
Fushi is out of the fight, though, and that is a huge pick in favor of Purdue Gold. Blind King gonna be slept and removed quickly, though. You know, she's come up with a couple of kills here. JW Blue falling, overtime taking over, and that's gonna do it. Purdue Gold goes up 2-1.
Yep, that is going to be the lead retaken by Purdue Gold and have themselves set at match point ahead of map number 4. Still not complete, but a darn sight closer to it. Fushi will get the highlight, still not enough to close out the map for their side.
No, weren't able to come away with it at this time. They were absolutely the difference maker on the last map, but that's not going to be the case this time around for them. We are going to throw to a very brief break. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back with what could be our final map here in this series between these two teams. Stick around. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are here for the fourth map in this series between Johnson and Wales University and Purdue. Lafon, as we head into our first map of the evening, do you think things are leaning one way or the other at the moment?
I don't, man, it's tough. I think,
Right?
I think it's still in Purdue Gold's favor. They do have the lead, of course, but they've also seemingly kind of realized what their win condition against the composition that JWU has looked the strongest on is, and so that kind of plays in their favor as well. We are headed to Eichenwald next here for map number 4. So yeah, playing up against this on a hybrid map like this. I think that Purdue Gold should be given, I think, the benefit of the doubt in terms of their advantage on this map for sure.
Yeah, they have definitely shown quite the prowess, I think, on this last map. In Route 66, I feel like it feels a little closer to me to Eichenwald than Bonnie does to Eichenwald. So again, in terms of the maps, it's a little bit closer comparison as well. We're gonna see JWU Blue coming out with the double shield for the first time on defense, and I'm gonna be excited to see how this works. In absence of the Roadhog that we've seen most recently.
I mean, double shield is really good at slowing things down, and so now the question is, how well do they meet, or how well do they react to their first meeting against this composition designed to be brawled in close? And that's really going to be the tail of the map as they scout out the double shield, and Purdue Gold will just walk up.
Yeah, they're not going to waste any time trying to clear the distance here. Nano Noodle going down fairly low, though, as is their shield. They're going to take a different tactic, opt for a different side. Maybe they can get in closer a little bit easier. They're going to rotate, in fact, through the building. And in the meantime, Flying King finds Fushi. That is absolutely massive. Going to see the Fortify used by Gentalian to keep themselves from getting in and into oblivion. But it's going to be Mina with a flash from Flashity that ends their reign.
And I don't see any further players being taken out either. Yeah, there it is, going to be the elimination. So really clean from Purdue Gold. It all starts, of course, with a good read by Nano Noodle, as you highlighted. You know, the shield's breaking down, so they change the angle. They get a little bit closer than flanking. Recognizing the Fushi's out alone, taking an off angle by themselves, gets a double shot. A 2-shot elimination onto the Hanzo that keeps things going. So now Purdue Gold has the advantage of both the rotation, or time rotation, as well as ultimates, though Shinobu equalizes with a brilliant 2-shot off the halt against Mina.
That's going to slow things down quite a bit for Purdue Gold. Without one of their team members with them and already in this building, that's going to make things very difficult. They're opting to still push this along. The Solsta has their Gravitic Flux. Shatter doesn't land this time around. Gravitic Flux going to be committed at the same time as that Blizzard. And at the end of the day, it's going to be Purdue Gold coming up with the fight win.
Yeah, and actually, as a result of the Blizzard being committed, it means that Solsta was frozen out of the Gravitic Flux. So it gets canceled by virtue of the stun. Unfortunate stuff for the off tank from JW Blue, but Purdue Gold will take it, so they move forward on this card. JW Blue do not get the opportunity to use their resources, however. So this is going to be an explosive next fight for the defense, and one that they have to win. And a great Dragon Strike is actually going to deal a ton of damage and zone Purdue Gold out.
Yeah, beautiful play there once again from Fushi. Really just a standout player for the JWU Blue squad. Shinobu has this Bob ready to go. Excellent halt coming in from Gentalian that lead to at least one kill. Nano Noodle still trying to push up. They're going to lay down the Shatter. It catches several. Can they find the kills? They're going to come up with 3, as a matter of fact, as the boop from the Bush Spy is massive.
Yep, and no escapes allowed here. As they get the cleanup kills. I mean, that's the easiest 2-player eliminations of the Bush Spy's career, right? They're all sunned up by the Shatter. Nano Noodle does not get this one blocked, and they are able to get the cleanup through. So now heading into this 3rd phase, and Purdue Gold has not really been slowed down so far on Eichenwald yet.
Really haven't. They have made a blistering time through up until 3rd point. Gonna be briefly stalled by Lerman's rally. That's going to cause them to back away, as is that supercharger. So excellent job really mitigating the usefulness of both of those ultimates by Purdue Gold. Now they get to come back with their, gonna see the gravitic flicks though used a little bit beforehand. They're gonna be there to save members of the team, but not Flan King. They do go down. Immortality fields committed from both sides, and Matrix up now from Suhant. Fushi trying to do damage now on the junk rat. He chunked down the shield, find a cheesy pick somewhere or the other. Rare Soccer just about to get this amplification matrix online, using it immediately, and now that Nano is really going to be hurting. With Suhant down, that's going to be Purdue backing off.
Yeah, the Ant Matrix is just so reliable for these mid fights when you just don't have any shielding anymore as a result of the damage throughput. And obviously this time around, Flanking can't get the May wall in to block it out. So certainly Purdue Gold's stymied for the mument as JW Blue just brings an onslaught of damage on this third phase of Eichenwald.
King has the Blizzard almost ready to go. We're going to see it get Night committed. Shinobu takes them out fight right before they're ready to use it. And with that, the amplification matrix going to be used in response, but Solda uses the gravitic flux to pull them away from it. Sound barrier now used as well. Tiber out of their mech. Mina pops the Deadeye. Rally going to be used by Lermans to try and keep everyone up, but Shinobu and Fushi both fall. The Shatter lands, takes out Lermans immediately. And with that, Purdue is pushing hard against this JWU Blue squad, and that will be 2:49 on the clock when they finish.
The dance there from the tanks was spectacular, and Purdue Gold just in dominant performance there. Mina obviously a very aggressive setup by the Cassidy, the Deadeye, then the elimination just against their counterpart hit scan. I think critically though, the dance that Nano Noodle was doing at low health to put just enough pressure to prevent JW Blue from walking forward, but not too much that they were punished. And Purdue Gold supports could keep Nano Noodle up. Just a work of beauty there from the front line of Purdue Gold that they then turn into a fight win off the back of the Shatter, mitigating entirely the rally of Lermans. So again, main tank is a dance. It's a ballet, and Nano Noodle executed to perfection.
Oh, they absolutely did that last fight, and you love to see it. You know, it feels like you have to twist on a dime despite being this slower character Reinhardt, right? But when you do it just right, it's so satisfying to not only do, but also to watch. So lots of kudos to him for that play, or for that performance, really, rather, towards the end of their push. Now, JWU Blue flirting once again with the idea of Shintalion on that Roadhog. Gonna see if that can provide them the answer that they need on attack. Because it seemed that maybe the USL wasn't the answer on defense.
I like the Pharah pick too here from Fushi. There's going to be a lot of pressure put on Mina here to hit shots, and coupled with the fact that Jintalion's going to be a real threat just as a bruiser, it's added more angles of damage for JWU Blue to kind of find space to work with.
We're going to see an early pick coming in favor of JWU Blue, a pair of them as a matter of fact, but it's going to be Flanking going to give the edge for the moment to Purdue Gold. Fushi seeing if they can maybe make that not the case. Shinobu now getting zoned out, or trying to be zoned out by Tiber, but they're just going to find a D-Mech, and with that, JWU Blue is looking primed to capture this first point.
They've still a little bit of an issue in that they don't really have all their players, so they can't quite walk back in, but Fushi is being a menace in the skies here. So hard to deal with the pocket Pharah, and Fushi's making the most of it.
Members of Purdue Gold gonna back off and wait just a moment until the rest of their members are there. Beautiful hook from Tid, but that's gonna spell their demise. 2 ticks almost on the board for JWU Blue before the recontest comes in from Purdue Gold, and you have to admire their reading of that situation and the timing.
Yeah, they really did a fit. Fushi gets 2 on the end of that with the concussive blast. It's steering a little close, too close to the edge. It was Purdue Gold. So now, I mean, here you can see the Bush Spy has to go back and taxi. So there is an opportunity for JW Blue to walk back in and to switch over to the Orisa. And that's actually 2 ticks gained by JW Blue. So only 1/3 left on the objective for them.
Yeah, they don't have much further to go, and they've got a barrage ready. And waiting. Shatter going to come in from Nano Noodles. Solsta going to use the Gravitic Flux. See if they can take a few members off the ground. That's a barrage, but it finds nothing this time. Solsta out of the fight. The sound barrier there to keep them alive. And with no tanks anywhere to be, W Blue backs off.
Yeah, I mean, Fushi gets one, so flanking is not in play. Mina comes in clutch, though, picks up the double tap onto Shinobu, so that'll be the full reset here for JW Blue, and time is no longer on their side. 1:45. They're going to have to make real progress here. They do have 2 ticks, so that's a pleasant thing to work with, but they need that third one stat.
That they do. They're going to have a tactical visor to try and help them get it this time around. Possibly even a nano visor. Tiber has the self-destruct, though, and that could be used to clear point and buy Purdue Gold if they need it, as can Mina's Deadeye. At the moment, though, Purdue Gold seemingly keeping JW at bay without having to use any ultimates, though. In fact, they're going to get 2 ticks. Or 2 picks, rather. Great play coming out for them. The res is in, but it's going to cost Lermans their life.
Yeah, even as Fushi was resurrected, the health bar was already being denied. By the time they stood up, they were already dead again. So
yeah,
JW Blue, I mean, they're being chased to the spawn room, and Purdue Gold not allowing any semblance of respite here for the offense.
Yeah, this is a tremendously aggressive defense coming out right now from Purdue Gold. 45 seconds left on the clock, and now Purdue Gold has an opportunity to just kite this back slowly to point and force JW Blue to expend resources just to get to point, and then they might not even have anything ready to go once they're there. Chitalian has swapped over to the Wrecking Ball, seeing if the murderous hamster in a mecha suit can come in handy this time around. Where's Sakura-G looking for a time to commit? Here comes the self-destruct from Tiber, though. They are going to be taken out by Shinobu. Immortality Field not there to save them. Fushi has a nano boost and a barrage. They're going to start to deal some damage, but the damage on the ground is being done to Gold. Tiber swaps over to the Wrecking Ball to try and get back to point. The Nanovisor doing a lot of work right now. This could be JW Blue coming back in this, especially with the res. But the Blizzard is there for Blonde King. They get 1 pick, but they're taken out of the fight. Now it's a 2v1 on point. Overtime has been committed. But the picks coming in favor of JW Blue. They may, in fact, be able to see the second part. But we've got Tiber back in the fight now. Nano Noodle is there as well with a sliver of health. The Minefield committed on point from Centalian may seal the deal for JW Blue. They will get to see the second part of Eichenwald.
Yeah, Tiber was playing ping pong there at the very end, just being bounced around the relevant mines that then got taken out. So really clean play by Purdue Gold, or sorry, by JW Blue to clean that one in their favor. Fushi, a huge part of that, obviously the big pickoffs from the Pharah, but it is not done yet. Remember, this is a hybrid map. JW Blue needs to capture all 3 phases with time remaining. And, I mean, it starts with this. This has been going from bad to rough. Salsa demeched early. You're already down members in this fight.
Yeah, that is a huge pick. Not even a pick necessarily. Well, now it is. Purdue Gold forced to use the Immortality Field, but the pick's coming in their favor right now. As Rare Soccer is out of the fight, just Lermans to try and keep people alive, and they're not able to do that for Fushi. Gentalian now just with a little bit of adaptive shields and a grappling claw to try and get away. They barely skate out with their life, but I don't know how long they're going to last.
I mean, Purdue Gold is chasing members to the spawn. Flanking is going to get eliminated by their counterpart Soldier. I don't think the cart can really move forward, though. The map has flipped.
This is bizarre. Yeah, I don't think it really it's moving under Chintalian. Chintalian is forcing now the members of Purdue Gold to fall back. Be able to get out with his life, though. It's questionable. A nice grappling claw swing, though, to get to that mega health pack. I do like that play from them.
Sohan's so low, but no one able to capitalize. Flanking is going to go down first. Big play by Fushi to get one more that'll open things up for the first half of the second phase. But again, I mean, at this point, you're looking at the timer, JuggleGod, it's 40 seconds left. It's going to be a struggle to close things out. Purdue Gold also have the opportunity to retake with the Ant Matrix, with the with the Earth Shatter slowly, and they'll have in the latter half of that fight the sound barrier as well to stabilize. So Purdue Gold just need to run the clock out. That's kind of their win condition at this point.
It is, but if JWU Blue can strike first, they can absolutely take the momentum here and win this fight as well. We're going to see an early engagement and mine getting massive picks in favor of JWU Blue. They might not finish second point with time on the clock, but they are certainly going to finish the second point now.
Yeah, that's going to mean that they get an extra minute half added to the clock here. 1:30 on the timer indeed. So, I mean, this has to be clinical. They don't have a choice but to close this map out with spectacular. They cannot lose a fight here. They need time remaining. Remember, their magic number is 1 second. They need that timer, and that's even still going to be a really tall order if they get a second run of the attack.
Yeah, it really seemed to have found the answer at this point for this composition, but maybe it was too little too late. Bushi taking out Lion King. That is a massive pick. Self-destruct now committed as well from Solstice. That's going to find a pick, though. So Purdue Gold, not in the best situation at the moment. Lerman's now with the Valking damage-boosting beam coming in tow. This could be JWU Blue finishing with time on the clock. There's going to be a last-second touch. Tiber sends the self-destruct. Nobody's going to be picked off, but the remake catches Rare Soccer. That is a massive pick. Can the respawns come in time? In fact, we're going to get a couple of kills, and now JW Blue going to have to back off. They've got 30 seconds to try and finish this. It's going to be a scuffed final fight.
It is, and I mean, Fushi gets identified as well, so they know this player is here, and Suhan will go for the trade. They're okay with that. That's fine. That's a really smart play. Don't allow the Junkrat to stay alive. You're going to have the closer respawn. I mean, now in this final fight, you're approaching with a Bob. You're approaching with a Deadeye against you. This is looking really, really tough for JW Blue. They're not going to complete with time remaining, even if they get to the objective now.
They're going to barely get there in time. Nano Boost committed onto Chintalian. They're going to drop the Minefield Tac Visor out now, but the Deadeye lands. Bob is taken out of the fight. That's one less thing for them to have to deal with now. But JWU Blue getting pushed back pretty. Going to try and spin to win his Chintalian, but they can only do that for so long. They are gone and out of the fight. OT is here. This could be Purdue Gold coming away with the win as the picks come in their favor, and they go up 3-1 over JWU Blue.
That is going to be the GG's heralded as well, as Purdue Gold will take the victory here. 3-1 is their final score. Remarkable under pressure was Purdue Gold. That was the difference for them, even when it seemed that they were on the back foot. They found a way to rebound. And though Fushi will walk away with a highlight here in this map, it is not enough to claw back a victory. And Purdue Gold will be your victors here tonight. JuggleGod, a wondrous performance from them as they get themselves another W on the season.
That they do. Going to be improving their record now to 3-2. So they have to be feeling great about that. And I feel like this has to feel like some redemption as well, considering that they lost to Otto and JWU won against them. So, you know, despite at least for myself, them being the underdogs coming into this, they come out and they do it in convincing fashion, Lafon.
They do. I mean, not to put too fine a point on it, though. You have to recognize that JW Blue is definitely there. Is so close to being on in competition with this team. As much as certain maps were one-sided, I think Control obviously comes to mind. In certain cases, I think for JW Blue, the question here is now about flexibility. How can you improve that moving forward? Because they've got the mechanics. Now they just need to be a little bit cleaner on their execution, and they'll be there. However, again, Purdue Gold with a good adaptation mid-match to give themselves the victory here. Definitely the better team tonight, and it showed in the game score.
That it did. Well, that's going to do it for you and I tonight, Lafon. More Overwatch happening here for NECC, but we are going to be handing the reins off to the next pair of casters. They'll be picking it up and taking care of you for the next one. So before we close things out, Lafon, any final words from you?
Well, no, I'm excited to see the games. I'll be watching alongside all of y'all, so we'll be tuning in for the next couple of matches in just a moment.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to NECC2. We got your last match of the night here. We got the Cyan Champions Division. It's the University of California, Davis versus the University of British Columbia, Okanagan Serpents. I hope I pronounced that right. Sorry, I'm American. That's my claim. I'm just a dumb American. I don't know worldly things. But I'm Soavdannom. I'm here with ManofClass again. And ManofClass, it's good to be back. You've been here before earlier. You've seen some games. So, but this one's particularly special, I think, right? There's something. Tell me what the good news and the coolest things about this game.
So I don't know if it's good news, but these teams have a history. That's what we're supposed to talk about. They have a history. So basically, these teams have been playing each other since 2020, and they're both like going up in division. So like they're rising through it all of it together, and it's just good to see. They keep being each other's rivals throughout the years, throughout the ages, and maybe we can get to see them play each other in like larger and bigger and higher competitions even in the future. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, you love to see the growth of these teams and these young kids who come in and play and get better. But enough about the teams. We got to look at where we're going this week. So let's check over in on the maps. To start off here, we are going to go open ourselves into Oasis, follow that up with Numbani, yours and one of mine personal favorites. We're heading off down back into the desert to Route 66. And if we need to, we'll pass our ways to Eichenwald, Busan, and Havana.
Yeah, for sure. It's gonna be interesting to see if we're actually gonna get there. And honestly, these teams know each other very well, so that could mean it's a very close one. But sometimes with these matchups, of how it goes. They know each other very well, and that means they're trying to throw such curveballs that one of them just runs over the other because they just try to go a little bit too weird. That being said, we don't know yet whether that's going to be the case between these two. Both of them don't have the most stellar of records. If anything, the Serpents are a little bit ahead. They got that one win on the board, which is a very close one against Midland University. But when we look at EaUCD Blue, they haven't got any yet. They've won two maps against MSOE Black, and that was about it.
They've had a rough path to this week 5, but we're just going to send it right in, and we'll get a look at these teams as they get set up. So, I mean, it's Oasis. What do you think we're going to see here? Gardens, you can run a lot of things. So what do you think we're going to see here, Class?
So it always depends on the playstyle of players, of teams. I think especially when you talk about Gardens, which is a little bit more versatile in that sense. It does look like both these teams are going for the more static approach, a little bit more brawly, a little bit more with the shields, with the tanks, just running at the other team. Serpents are a little bit more static in that situation where they're just going to be, setting up a bastion, really. And if they're going to be able to get to the point first, that could work. But if they get steamed over by the other squad, it's going to be hard to hold.
And they will get there just a little bit faster. They will maintain control of that high ground and get that bastion planted. Now, the EaUCD Blue is kind of stuck in this round. They've got control of this high ground, but Ishan is just raining down these bullets, not really connecting too much. But they will have to drop to contest soon enough. That point opens up, and they are going to get control unless the Serpents decide they want to contest. And there is the drop eventually. They will find a pick in Virus, though, and that's going to open it up. That means it's a 6v5, and the rest of the team from UCAD Blue will close on in and clean this up while giving not too much of any control at all here. So they will get some value for that. The Serpents will lock this down slowly but surely.
Yeah, that is what it looks like, but they're still, because they can't really run at the other team, like the Bastion cannot do that, they're always in a little bit of trouble. Like, you saw the issues that Ishan had at the start, where they just couldn't find an angle. Like, as soon as you saw the Bastion angle, it was like, yeah, but they can just walk underneath him, and what's the Bastion gonna do then? Well, they did manage to, relocate and do this and do that, but that does severely limit the amount of damage that the Bastion can do, and the amount of threat that they actually pose. So with the teleporter being back now, that was a really nice mechanic. I think that mostly gave the Bastion more to do in terms of what they could hit. But there is a way in which Blue can properly counter that by just avoiding the Bastion.
And they are going to try to do just that. They're not quite moving in with those 3 ultimates ready to make anything work yet, but they are going to get a little... They're just going to kind of buy for space. There's that Bastion ultimate, looking to try to get some pressure in there. There's still just poking. Can't really find a way in. There's just too much bullets, but that's a great pull to get some fire in there. And that's going to force him to move a little bit. Smokey the May looking to try to find, but no one's there for a shatter. So they're just going to go in and pressure the point and force him down. Try to make any sort of a fight happen. There's a flip. No contest.
Yeah, we're talking about the really quick reset now, right? So the quick reset means that if they can be there quick enough, the Bastion is nowhere near ready to be set up yet. I don't think they'll make it quite in time, but that Bastion is going to struggle, and they to get there. Now they're taking it slow. This is the best route they can take. Just go underneath, just completely avoid the high ground, avoid that entire fight, and just make sure you don't get pulled off.
But there are no avoiding the shots from that tank, as Ishan will clean up 2, and the rest of the Serpents will take back the pressure, only giving up about a 15 to 16%. You know, they give up a little bit, but their slow play and their slow strategies have worked out really, really well for them here.
Yeah, especially because they got that point flip in the earlier fight where they got that 20 extra percent. It's just a 20% difference that you wouldn't have on Serpents. They would have already been on last fight territory. Now there will always be a comeback chance that they flip it. And now that high ground's clear, you see immediately Bastion has to swap over. They're going to have Tesla be on the still on the Cassidy. On the other side, Ishana also on the Cassidy. They're just going to try and almost mirror it. The real big difference still those tanks. It's the double barrier versus the Rhine Diva.
Yeah, that Rhine's going to be able to move a little bit faster, but, I mean, do you need to move that much faster when you're on the high ground? They'll find it, and they will set themselves up, looking for that shatter. Smokey's looking, trying to find somebody there. Ooh, Wall will cut that off. They're going to force their way through, but fortunately, no shatter today. There's looks, and there it is. It does manage to get blocked by that great impressive signal wall. Will force out sound barrier, and the ultimates are coming out for the Servants. They know they need to win, but that is going to be the self-destruct coming in for 2 over the top, forcing all of that out, and the EaUCD Blue will clean this up.
They sure will. Looking into this next fight, though, we're going to have Serpents be, well, pretty much out of ultimates at this stage. They're going to have a Flux. That's about it, because they made so many swaps. There's still so much left to the side of EaUCD Blue.
Anything is still possible here. There's ultimates abound, and there's still pressure on, but as that clock ticks up, they're running out of time to continue the pressure and build this back. That's going to be a Flux trying to catch anybody out of position while this rotate comes through. Servants trying to slither their way onto the point and put some pressure on, but with this kind of double off-tank comp, they're looking and can't find too much. That'll force out an amplification matrix, and it will get immediately walled off in the correct manner, and Lamsauce trying to find something, will catch nothing but a shatter, unfortunately, and will get punished trying to throw out that Flux and get some value, and Tesla, meanwhile, has managed to help clean up the rest of that. Ishan trying to make the heroic play with that Cassidy as it gets ever closer to 100, but I don't think that the side of EaUCD Blue will have much to do here. It is just going to wind this down and take and secure round 1.
Round 1 taken. Next round, we're just going to, to City Center, making sure that mobility is going to be the name of the game. It's, usually the name of the game, at least. Gonna see if both teams will actually abide by that. It does look like it. Not a lot of static electricity coming out of this one. At least a little bit from Lamsauce, pulling out the Tesla cannon on that Winston. And big just difference here, you know? Big difference, definitely that support line. Are Virus and Rickroll going to be able to provide enough healing for a team that's not really near them? Like, Virus especially, the armor packs are very helpful. They are, but it shouldn't be your only way to heal anything. And now we're going to be able to see whether Micah and Peachiest are going to be able to output more healing. They should be able to, with the way they're normally healing. But it's a tricky one.
I would think that. But that's going to be that rotate coming in. So looking in, just trying to buy some space there. Yeah, that low healing comp. Trying to just push themselves and force a little self-sustain on that. But the Serpents will pressure down on the point and start to buy that in. Meanwhile, they're still controlling this high ground on EaUCD Blue, trying to just pressure in and find their way in on that. Serpents just firing in. You can see Delco just trying to get in, and that will be the opening pick as the capture starts to go the way of the Serpents.
They are still trading a little bit back and forth, especially that res is huge. The kill onto Micah, though, is really, really a big deal, because that just means a lot less healing, the Mercy having to do everything by themselves. But it kind of evens the playing ground, because Delco will still have a Mercy flying with them as that Echo. We'll have a little bit of split attention, but Tesla's just on their own. Ishan going for the Brig 1v1 actually wins it, because that's not what a Tracer's supposed to do, but that's, Brig nerfs over the years for you, as Lamsauce just chilling on the point. They capped it, and now they're going to try and keep it, which they're looking poised to do.
They are looking poised to do, just like you said. But with the ultimates coming in across both sides, will there be a little bit of a... What ultimate do you think is going to be clutch coming in for this next segment?
You got to think about the duplicate, right? Like, if Bluefire can get a good early pulse bomb, that always makes a difference. But there's so many more ultimates ready on UBCO Serpents. And especially that duplicate is like the big one. If I'm going to pick anyone to duplicate, it's probably going to be the D.Va, though.
Yeah, that D.Va is going to be a little bit quicker. You'll get a lot more control. You'll be able to move a little bit faster. You'll love to see as many mech pilots as they can. But that Tracer Bluefire just buzzing around, trying to just draw some aggro and draw some pressure. This spread out comp really not getting as much value as they want on it. Still just looking for a place to dump this pulse bomb off as those pressure points start to creak in, and they will move into the Serpents and find some value there. Looking in, just trying to find a target to isolate, and there's that pulse bomb. Does not find anybody, but is continuing to pressure onto the point.
Yep, there we go. It's going to be the Wrecking Ball copy straight away in. Red Minefield going to be charging up ridiculously fast, as it does when you're in duplicate form, but still has to try and find a target to actually get it off. There it is. Minefield in front of that opening. Brigitte will have a tough time getting ahead of that. It's going to be focused down the corner, and that will be another cleanup coming out from the Serpents. Nice volley there from Rickroll. Will actually pull the Transcendence out to try and help the rest of their squad, and they might be turning this around. They've got a lot of members alive, a lot of members returning, and meanwhile Serpents are taking a little bit more damage, but it does look like they're collectively getting back together. Ishan once again just jumps on the Zenyatta, gets the one clip, but kills are just going back and forth, and it does look like it's not going to be enough for Serpents to hold on to. They're getting to 99%, but this flip is bound to come in.
No, but Smokey the May is going to try to do their best impression to keep this going. But yeah, like you said, the pressure is still on, and it has almost been one long fight, just one extended team fight to keep this. Overtime is going to start to trigger, and they're just looking for targets over there. EaUCD will get the flip, but you know, they have a long way to go towards this 99, toward this 100%.
Well, especially since Smokey the May just went down. They just jumped into traffic or something like that, and that might be a problem. But not if they get these early picks, and it's two of them, plus the Matrix Eat. It's a great place to be at. Double kill from Tesla from that high noon. That's all you're really looking for. Fight closed out, and they're going to be able to control this point for a bit longer. 20% and counting.
They are going to hold on to this point for EaUCD Blue, looking to extend this and try to close out the round. No real ultimates coming up except for Smokey's Mines. Going to try and get those in and try and put this die comp now on the back foot a little bit further.
Don't fall to the cars again.
Oh, so close. Nope, not again. Only once. We all get one mistake, and you know, no one's perfect, so that's fine. But that is going to be the dive in on the point, and that will follow up with the mine. Not really getting too much. That will force Primal, and Lamsauce is going on the Lamb, trying to get Rickroll off, and well, he was unfortunately let down for that. So that Lamsauce will continue, and the Serpents are looking good to recontest this back. There's a pulse bomb, does manage to get the stick onto this straight into the other opposing Tracer, and there goes the D.Va to follow it up, and the UC Serpents are going to bring this back.
Very nicely done from the Serpents. I mean, they, of course, had a lot of time to work with. So they could just build up the ultimates, and they were just ready to come in on that. They still have a couple left. Self-destruct plus the Valkyries. A lot of sustain, a lot of area of effect, so just making sure that no one can get in. That's a little bit of an aggressive play, obviously, from Delco. But, you know, you have the extra life. You are in the Echo Duplicate. There's, not quite the elimination on Rickroll. Misses the focus beam, but just a few basic shots will take care of that. That's the round, and they draw it to a 1-1 now. EaUCD Blue versus UBCO Serpents. It is definitely a barn burner, as we call it. Looking at this, I'm curious to see what's going to happen on this particular map, because we saw the Serpents and EaUCD Blue kind of looking to a more brawly comp on the first points, but I don't quite know who I would say I would favor in that yet. Because while UCD Blue came into that just starting on a brawl comp, like on a rush comp, they had to fight into a Bastion, and then because the Serpents had to switch off the Bastion, they were kind of in a bit of a different playing field. The double barrier looked to be more of their desired playground, so I'd give the edge to Blue at the moment. Look further to what the Serpents are going to be doing here. Jumping in against a Doomfist is always a bit tricky. You got to figure out where they're going to go, where they're going to come from, how their punches are going to land. Nice combo there from Blue Fire to get Delco out of the May. And that's EaUCD Blue, EaUCD Blue, which is the Esports Association of the university. actually being able to get that first fight, get that first point flip, and that's control for them. Feel like I've lost my co-caster for a bit. Gonna see what's gonna happen there in the future. For now, though, next fight's gonna get underway as Ishan is ready with that Deadeye. Has to be has to be going in here with a Deadeye, trying to find an angle. Tesla has theirs ready as well, and you see the defensive one is able to highlight a little bit more. Nice defense matrix to block off the early, but still gets Virus in the end. Delco gets traded back, so this is still everyone's fight. But that sound barrier from Micah could eventually give the edge if they're able to charge it up in time. Doesn't look like they're going to have the space to do that, though, as more picks are coming the way of UADC Blue. EaUCD Blue. It's a long abbreviation, guys. It's a problem. We're going to get through it. Hopefully, we're going to get plenty of maps to get through that. At this moment, though, they are in control, and they're able to be stabilizing here. And you see those fights going, like the pressure that the Doomfist provides, the extra chaos, the displacement of certain key heroes is exactly what you have to do Doomfist for. It's not for the one punch, like that helps. It's not for like the instant combos. It's good, but it's mostly about disrupting the enemy's rhythm, and especially when they're running in a rush like this, where they want to be more cohesive, when they want to execute certain plans. Disrupting that rhythm is massive. Nice shatter comes out from Smokey the May. Doesn't quite land a lot of follow-up, but doesn't have to, because the rest of the team was dealing with the Serpents.
That will
78, 79. There we go. 80%, and Sov is back.
I am back, and I'm shocked to see CD Blue here and just a firm control of this, looking incredible. I mean, what have they done, ManofClass? Fill me in here.
I mean, this looked like their bread and butter already on that first point, right? Where they came in with something exactly like this. It's a good shatter here, by the way, from Lamb Sauce to try and set something up. But the Doomfist comes back in again, gets the Meteor Strike kill onto Delco, goes back in further. It just doesn't go down. That's the shields just keeping building up. And it's Blue Fire, just the hero of this particular round. Manages to get almost everybody, but in the meantime, the Serpents have been doing some work. It's not just the Doomfist you have to worry about or that they have to deal with. They dealt with the rest of EaUCD Blue pretty well, and they're going to get the faster respawns. This could actually be a flip. Smokey the May actually charging the opposing Reinhardt away will eventually go down, but that's always the dominance play. You know, like, I will charge you even when I'm on 20 health.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. He trusts in that, but you know, you got to respect that kind to him for cleaning that out, and more power to him for getting on the board for the Serpents. So with that, they start the long grind back up to point control and to keeping CD Blue from closing this out.
With the tank ultimates ready, they have at least some way to stall this out for a little bit longer. But as they get dodged, which they don't, I was going to say, if they get dodged, it's not that big of a problem, but that's a good shatter that lands on almost the entire team. This gets quickly cleaned up. That's not even a fight. That is just a, we stun you all and we have free cleanup. That's a one-move play, and they need those. You know, you want to be conservative with your ultimates, so if one ultimate wins you the fight, awesome.
Yeah, that's what you live for. You live for those free fights that you can get with as minimal cost of value. Speaking of that minimal cost, that is going to be a pair of High Noons coming out, seeing if anybody can get any value on that looking fight, and that will find some value for the Serpents eventually. There is that shatter from Smokey, though, coming out on that flank. He'll take the pin. Also trying to find someone to go with. Will he live? No, he will go down for it, too. But that opens up everything for CD Blue to bring this on home. And you know what? That isn't all they need, is just to bring this in and win the fight. There is still some contest, though, and that stick onto the Doomfist will continue to turn this back for the Serpents. The Serpents have been winning out those long fights. Self-destruct comes out, does not see to find anybody, and the fight is continuing just to pass that way with EaUCD still in control, looking to close this out as the point nears closer, getting near to that 100 on both sides. But the fight is still anybody's match. Tesla is going to open that back up, and with the support of Smokey, they will flip it back for the side of CD Blue, and that is pretty much all she wrote. The last of these contests will come through, but I think EaUCD Blue will have it.
It is it was back and forth for a while in that entire fight, but you kind of could tell what was going on. So as soon as those few ultimates that they had on the Serpent sides didn't really get what they wanted, the High Noon didn't get anything, the Self-Destruct didn't get anything, you get into a position where you are overextending without getting any value. You're almost in the enemy spawn, and they're going to clap back. And because they pulled themselves so far apart, there were so many opportunities for EaUCD Blue to just find value, find pickoffs, find flanks, find just chaotic situations to capitalize on. And a Doomfist is really good for that. Gasti is really good for that. Just a random Reinhardt Shatter is really good for that. And it just worked out for them. And that's why sometimes as aggressive plays, you need to find value, because as soon as you don't, you've overextended. Like it's not then it's not aggression, then it's overextending. Like that's the very fine line between the two.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. There is a fine line between just going a little bit too far and feeling too confident and then going back into it. But like you said, with all those stuns, with all that control in the way, the things seem to have gone their way. But now, that was control, right? Now we're heading to a different map mode. So now that we've seen a little bit of what these teams have to offer, we are going to Numbani. So now we're going to have to change this up a little bit, because you can run those brawl comps, but especially not for point A. Those don't work very well, right?
I mean, they can. It definitely, like, the big thing that you can do as a brawl comp is you can take over that high ground, evict anyone that's on there. And even if they're not on there, then you can just be on point and stay there. Like, the biggest thing about Numbani is, you have all those high grounds to play with. But if your team doesn't have a way to quickly get down and up from them, so aka if you're not playing dive, then those high grounds become kind of moot, and then it's just about playing for the objective. So as long as high ground control is not completely in the hands of the enemy team, the defending team, then you can play brawl and attack. If you don't want to just then take over high ground, then you hold on high ground as defense. Like it's not that hard, Well, I'd say it's not that hard, but it's not that complicated. Yeah. It's kind of what you're talking about in any situation. So we're gonna see what they want to play. I do have a feeling that there's a potential for more like double barrier bastion play, especially on defense from the side of the Serpents. But they also showed that they're able to path around it on the other side. So, when you expect it, you don't really have to change anything up. They're putting themselves in a risky position on the defense.
Yeah.
Bit tricky.
mean, and this is not the first time we've seen those bastion comps on Numbani, right? Like we've seen this in the past. So I think it's arguably it's something we could continue to see more of, as long as they're feeling confident in it, right? And I think you have to feel pretty confident in that kind of a static, very kind of all-in comp of a bastion.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about the Bastion comp on Numbani, like we always bring it up. It was very popular, but the caveat to that is it was very popular when double barrier was overpowered, aka when the shields were stronger, when the cooldowns were different, when all those abilities were different, when all the damage numbers and shield numbers, like there was a lot of different stuff going on when that was popular. And then both teams were playing it on every map all the time. So it's not really surprising it was popular. And it hasn't really been that popular outside of those situations. So I would totally like to see the Serpents try it. Like, I'm all for it. But there's way more things you can do against it because the power levels change so much.
Yeah, absolutely. We've kind of seen this across the board, is that the brawl power levels tend to be very good, especially at this level. We're in Cyan Champions for those just tuning in, but like at this level, brawl is just really good, especially when it comes to the needs for like teamwork, when it needs to communication. It's all very easy just to run at something and make sure it stops working. Yeah,
definitely. It's why. And especially because the changes that have come in over time between the different heroes, like it changed from brawl, where you had to get to them and then it's done. No, like it's rush now, so like you just keep rushing in and you rush them all the time. Like you don't stop until they're all gone, which used to be more of a dive situation, right? Like dive in on one target, you snowball it from there. And rush has kind of adopted that idea from dive, where it's a very fast execution. You have to do it fast. But they've also maintained a certain amount of sustain, which means that if it fails, they're not immediately done, which dive often is. Like they go in, they don't get the target, they get blown up, and they lost the fight. And I do feel like rush has sort of solved that issue with sustain, which was also a problem when Goats was still around, where the reason why it worked was because you had so much sustain and then so much burst, and it couldn't stop you before you got to them. So yeah, that's on Numbani. It might not be. It's a bit of a. It's always like we always talk about Numbani being like a bit of a different map in that situation, where because you have the high grounds around it, it functions in a very similar way from Volsky. You can dive up and dive down and do all those things. But yeah, we're gonna get the same thing coming out from for Rush, I'd say. I feel like we lost Sov again. I think he's looking very frozen on his own screen. But I'm gonna get at least one stand-in coming out here for UCD. So Axelone is coming in for Virus. Virus, of course, playing support before, so they're gonna get replaced now. Well, not replaced, just subbed in and subbed out. Axelone's coming in. And it's going to be EaUCD blue on the attack first. They, of course, were in the blue in the previous map, so don't get confused about it. They're blue, but they're playing in red. Just for your information. Serpent's going to be starting on the defense. Yes, they're starting on the defense here. And they're going for the mobility dive style. So with the Echo Mercy this time around, I think Delco was the one that did not have a Mercy last... Oh, they did have a Mercy last time. It was, I think, Blue Fire that didn't have one last time around.
Yeah. They did say last time. Axelone is going to pick up that mercy duty there, like you said. But dive on both sides, just looking to see what they, like you said, trying to control and execute on these high grounds very quickly. The Ash and the Soldier, though, being those main differences to keeping this out. So let's see where the value comes in, because that will be some dynamite contesting that high ground. In addition to some shots from Tesla, they're just trying to poke in and get some value. Bob, is known for doing a thing or two, but so let's see if maybe having that Bob and that extra 7th man on the field can make it. But just kind of positioning, vying for that high ground, and that will be a dive up to just get forced kind of out, and that will be just pushing and vying for some space. Sleep does land on Smokey, though, and that'll force them right back. But Declo will find the opening pick to try to get that Blue Fire. Just going to try and isolate there. Is going to get some peel from their DPS and still just try to get out. It's not too much there. But the first Winston will fall, only to come back again. Still just vying for these positions, but the Serpents have found it. They are opening it right up and keeping this defense stable.
You can see the reluctance to going for like that main high ground route, which a lot of time, if you playing your own games, teams would be like, oh, like just push up the stairs and we'll just go that high ground and we'll take it. It's not that easy, and especially when you talk about a dive team like this, they don't have to hold there. They can just jump to there whenever they want to try and contest you. But if you look at what they have here, they want Tesla on that high ground. Like, they want them on either high ground. Because of Coach Gun, they can go to either high ground, but the one up the stairs doesn't require them to use as many cooldowns. But Tesla is just firing from that now, and has a damage boost from Axelone, of course, so a lot of damage potential. Oh, Mika under pressure here from the Winston. They will actually die. Nice pincer movement from the two with the Tracer.
That is beautiful, but that will be a couple of the ultimates fault in, and they with just the cleanup left, they are going to do that. The res will come in just for safety measures to make sure there's no real late contest. But yeah, they have cleaned this up with some and gained some ultimates from it.
Yeah, they didn't really have to use anything. The biggest thing that came in there was that Smokey was actually being damage boosted while they were jumping in. A Blue Fire came from the back. It's the standard thing where you have an Ana in that corner. You want to try and get your Tracer in the blue hallway behind it, and then just jump it together at the same time. Whether it's with the Genji, with the Tracer, with the Winston, with the D.Va, like, it doesn't really matter as long as you have enough units that you can just burst her down without her nade meaning anything, or Sleep Dart for that matter. So very nicely done. Very just clean, classic execution of Numbani attack. Gonna see Delco now jump in on the duplicate Winston. Not also, I think, no, they were nanoed, right? They're just primaling. Wow, what a situation here to try and get out of your spawn when there's just a primaling Winston in your way. It's not what you want to see. Do get back in spawn. I say that they don't actually get back in spawn. There's a Tracer in the way too. They do get their res out. And now it's going to be the question, can they get any picks? Because they need some picks here to get the numbers advantage. They got the closer respawns after all. But if players just keep going down to Ishan in their spawn doors, that's not what you want to see. Now, Blue Fire versus Ishan, Tracer versus Tracer. Going to try and find each other and get some value here. This is tricky. This is tricky to get out. We've seen teams being held for ages on this corner in the past. We do see the continuation. They do want to find the dodge of the sleep dart and the grenade, and then potentially come in with the pulse bomb. There it finally is. It does not stick, but they do get the finish eventually. Blue Fire trying to do a lot in the background. It actually does get the echo with the pulse bomb. Now has to try and make sure the Mercy doesn't res. They're looking for that Tracer. They finally get it because there's enough support to cover for them. Now we're going to continue here with Lamb Sauce on the defense. They have to back off a little bit though, because that spawn door was definitely not safe to hold anymore. And now they're going to have to try and find around this bus. The second corner you can do on Street's Face to properly hold. It's a nice geographic area. Kaki's coming in with the self-destruct. Was to try and force that bubble out, so there's nothing to block the self-destruct from anybody to just walk in there. It's definitely a hard place to do self-destruct in with a lot of its architecture around, but they're looking for it. And the Tracers are just harassing everyone in the backline. Another beautiful prime from Smokey does this time not get out with their life, but gets a lot of damage done, a lot of corralling in that little room. The counterplay is there, though. They do actually get Exalone on that Mercy, but I think the kills are generally going in the way of EaUCD Blue at this stage.
They look like they are bringing it in for EaUCD Blue, and they will continue to keep this defense and this they'll keep this tack alive, unfortunately, for the side of the Serpents. But they are continuing. EaUCD Blue will continue to push this up, and that will be several. That will be a Nano onto that Echo, just trying to get some value and force a little bit of pressure out. Robo Eagle does manage to find a tank there, and that will be a duplicate Mercy, just trying to keep the team up of EaUCD Blue. Probably might have been a little bit of a misplay there. I don't know if that was intentional.
Yeah, I mean, it could be. Sometimes a Mercy, if you need that extra Valkyrie, that extra sustain, it could be a very useful tool. But yeah, that definitely feels like a little bit of a misplay. Well, they are able to, again, start holding them in spawn, but it didn't really work out for them in the end that well. There is still a lot of time, not a lot of time left, though, 4.3. We've seen far faster pushes. And it does seem like just dwindling down the time is eventually potentially going to win them out this map if they keep it going. EaUCD Blue, though, doesn't want to leave this just as it is. Self-destruct comes out, gets a Tracer and the Pilot Diva from Robo Eagle. And, I mean, Robo Eagle, very fitting name for a Diva player, by the way. Just want to put that out there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I don't think you could have named that better yourself other than maybe like a Robo Blimp or something maybe. But, you know, hey, it is what it is. And the cart will continue to get held just after that bridge, just fighting for that space there. And with that Nano from Mika in the pocket, this could be the chance to kind of get the rest of these ultimates online.
I mean, they're looking to find some value at least from it. But we've talked about this in the we had a series on the other stream earlier, and we were talking about this last point in Numbani, and oftentimes, like, it's exactly what they're going to do. They're not going to go for this dive anymore because you need to get through this tunnel. There's too many smaller openings, smaller windows where you have to get through, which they'll know exactly where you're coming from. So the surprise dive, the multi-angle attack, doesn't really work out as well anymore. Looking for the duplicate from Tesla here. Could go for the Diva, and they do actually manage to find that target.
Yeah, we'll get in, and that will be a shatter to bring that back for the side of the Serpents. We'll find one and start to clean up there with the Baptiste gone. That's most of the healing out, and Tesla has this self-destruct, is just going to throw it out there. Might as well try to get some value. The Reinhardt, no, unfortunately charges and gets taken out to that, and Tesla will bring that home, that fight, as the cart continues to roll with just a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, they're going to be able to get a little further, more pressure, put more pressure onto the Serpents for their own attack later on, and maybe they can even complete it still. They did use a lot of resources there, but there isn't a lot left on either side. Delco's Dragon Strike is what we're really looking for, and then maybe one of the tanks gets their ultimates up.
It's going to have to be a big set of dragons.
Well, as the dragons get eaten by someone just as robotic as Soph is just turned into, going to see Tesla just continue to be a menace on this Echo as they get another focus beam off. The self-destruct, indeed, from Kakis finds some value. We got this the hammer coming in from Smokey now, just to finish up those last few targets, clear that cart. Another Reinhardt comes in with a charge, but that's unfortunately not going to be enough for you, Lamb Sauce. You're going to get cleaned up, and that is the point. 7.3 seconds left. They actually got some time on the board. It doesn't matter in the long run if Serpents also managed to complete. It's a 7-second difference, but it is still something to be proud of. You know, we didn't need that full minute to cap. We only used, 53 seconds. Can be proud of that. And
yeah, that's what it takes. 7 seconds is better than 0, right? It forces not the overtime, and it's kind of what you need to bring a map back, right? Because if you're CD Blue, you're up 1-0. You want to try to bring this home as quick as you can, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's looking like EaUCD Blue kind of has their number in the way that they're playing around it. It does look like Serpents are a little bit more comfortable on those mobility dive compositions. It does look like that might be able to get them through this entire map before they get to point 3. But UCD Blue, I mean, kind of have to look at the DPS at this stage, because Bluefire and Tesla, no matter what they play, they've kind of been popping off. The DPS on the side of Serpents did look good though, like especially their Tracer play. Ishan is doing a lot of work. And Delco has some good moments, but I think it's the consistency that comes out of both Desta and Bluefire and the way they're able to play around their tanks that's really, really making this work. And I talk about the tanks.
I agree.
I think it's even more how they play around their supports. I think especially Axlone is able to support their DPS and damage boost at the right moments that just gives them that slight edge.
I would agree with you there. And the Serpents are just going to continue. They're going to try to keep those heroes that worked so well and got them, though. But CD Blue does want to continue to dive. They found a pretty good success on it. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So with the Serpents heading this high ground, they're going to try and take the space that's given to them as they can see their back. But there is that dive immediately. Going to burst down that shield. And that Winston and Smokey getting out of there. Early Immortality Field as well, just to try to buy out some of that time and protection. But now that high ground is available and those arrows will rain in. Just trying to get that in. The Winston continuing just to pester and buy them and keep them up there before they can drop. Still looking for more. Winston once again just saying hello and then getting out of the way. Nothing exciting really there, but we'll find it. Bluefire will find the early first pick, and that will be the start of those walls closing in. The D.Va just getting in a bad position will get caught out there. Just try to get themselves back, and with the pressure now onto the point, someone will have to drop and contest, and that contest Bluefire is there. Early amplification matrix coming in quick though, just to buy that, and that will be the immortality field to try to keep that up. And no, that sustain is not there anymore, and you may want that for that later fight. With Bob on there doing some stuff, putting in some value, but the double pulse bomb gets way more value as opposed to that. So with that, CD Blue looks like they are going to turn this right back with that Nano Winston.
Yeah, they're going to be able to stick on the point a little bit longer. Still has the Primal to work with as well. Otherwise, they probably would not have been able to get away with that. Bluefire still cleaning up backlines, still clearing out high grounds for days. And that's just what you're talking about, right? Like, you're talking about the fact that Bluefire is able to get that double pulse bomb, just follow up on those kills on the high ground in general, and just win that DPS matchup. That's what is really making a difference in this situation. Because every single time you think they're out, someone brings it back with some sort of incredible play. Like it's a double kill from an ultimate. It's just a general skill shot. And those moments aren't really happening for the Serpents a lot of the time. They have like trouble clearing out these fights or finishing them off.
Speaking of clearing out those fights, Lamsaw's trying to clear some space, but is unfortunately not going to be able to get healed up. Going to really call on that immortality field or sooner. But one will fall. The DPSs will trade in the back just to force out that res, a crucial utility there. That is going to be the first tick for the Serpents coming through, though. They bought this pressure. Shatter doesn't catch anybody, but is going to at least put the pressure out there. And the point continues to grow with 3 on there. Ishana, though, trying to build up the rest of that visor. Lamsauce, meanwhile, absolutely just cleaning up out there. Ishan just getting slowly cleaned up, does eventually find the Reinhardt for help, and the rest of this point will fall as the Tac visor comes out.
Tech visor finally coming out, a little bit of a shield to protect against the Bob. 1 minute 15 when they finally cap that objective. Not necessarily much slower or faster than EaUCD Blue was able to do. And I think the Streets Face and the last point are going to be making a bigger difference. No spawn hold coming out here though from Blue, because of course they died way later, so they didn't really have an opportunity to start up that far front. And now they're going to try and contest this high ground. Nice try to get into the Sigma bot Couture shop on the on the top floor. Now they took out the D.Va, so that's that's Kaki's out. But nice jump kill on the Peaches.
No, looking in for more. Still hungry. Smokey the May trying to find some more. Maybe going a little too long there, but is able to count on the rest of the team for that cleanup and the pressure. And the cart will hold, maintaining that precious high ground they're looking for. Excellent trying to get on it too. Trying to get some value. Going to have to get out and avoid that self-destruct. Will avoid, but unfortunately Tesla will pay for those sins. And the lone Serpents just kind of hanging out there, trying to get the rest of that pressure on. And CD Blue falling back. Decalo will clean that up with 2 more, and Blue will continue to keep it moving.
Nicely done from Delco though. Like the Hanzo shots, they're not always as easy to hit, but those are like the situations where they're running away in a fairly straight line. You should be able to just clean those up, and it's good to see that they are able to hit those. Now with 3 minutes 53 for that last point, they're in a very good spot to potentially clean out this map a little bit quicker than that 7.3 seconds left. That being said, it's still the hardest point to hold. Like it's still the hardest to take. It's still the hardest point to like get through. The advantage they have is that they're already on the right comp. They don't have to swap over like Smokey the May had to.
You're right, and that will be those ultimates coming out. both of that great pairing. They're throwing everything. The Serpents just want to see this done, and Ishan will find 2 of that Visor, cleaning up the rest of it. And now they have the clear path, but now they have to hold off everybody. Spawn, the Ash trying to get out with the last of their life, and the last of the members of CD Blue trying to survive and stall this out as the payload just continues to move. Can anyone even make it there in time to contest? That'll be the Wrecking Ball. Try to buy some time and space. But Lamb Sauce is absolutely having a field day out there, getting some value. That Zarya to protect Smokey there, trying to buy some more space. Sound Barrier coming out too, just to try to keep this going. And man, with a blazing almost 4-minute clock, the Serpents bring it back for another round of Numbani.
Yeah, and because we're going into overtime rounds, now there's a possibility to see some interesting other strats coming out, right? Like, this is the moment where you can see the Bastion come out, where you can see a bunch of other things come out that are just a little bit out of whack, a little bit different, just to throw the other team off. And especially if these teams are so familiar with each other, they'll already be knowing what the other team is going to do, like what the other players are going to do. They'll have like an idea of that, but they then can like do the reverse psychology. Like, it keeps going back and forth, and they'll know each other much better than we do. But there's still that possibility that they're coming up with something that the other team doesn't know or could have expected, but then thought, no, but they're not going to do that because they think we're going to do that, but then we're actually going to not do that because they think we would do that, and it's a whole thing. You know how it goes.
I mean, these teams have practically grown up together at this point in this league. Yeah. You know, 2 years of seeing each other, playing against each other. They know each other's tricks by now, right? Like, how do you really pull out something that's gonna surprise either of them at this point? But you're right. They have to try to, right? They have to think, what do they expect us to do, and let's pick the opposite. So the double bubble from CD Blue looks to be the we don't think you'll see this coming.
Yeah, it's kind of what it feels like. Robo Eagle asking how you let me live for so long. Well, I mean, you know, that's. I
mean, it's a diva. You live for pretty long, right? I mean,
I think they were talking about like the pilot divas, like the stall they wanted to do, and then she just didn't die for ages. Because there's a lot of ways you should get off the cliff, for instance. It's hard to get there though. Already an early pick of lamb sauce. That's good, and no mercy to rest this as well. So it's a good opener. And they gotta go straight on that back line. I don't think Blue Fire is in position just yet on that tracer, but they're gonna find a way. They're just trying to go through that high ground at the moment as Robo Eagle is on the objective. A little bit of progress is already gonna be made. Peachy is going super low. Actually gets jump killed by the Winston, but there are picks flowing back and forth now, and Delco just absolutely wrecking in that backline on the Cassidy, able to get a lot of value. No more supports here for the attackers, and now we're going to go into that territory. Like, do you back off? Do you try and get some more kills? Are you going to try and get a respawn advantage because you're on the attack? It's Numbani. You have to keep fighting because it's overtime.
Yeah, now it's overtime, and everything must go. Lamb Sauce will find their counterpart, but there's going to be that Nano trying to buy some time. The Serpents know they need to close this out now, and they're pushing everybody's back as far as they can. And speaking of that, but there will be maces in faces as they're just trying to clean this up. There's no one left. The last stragglers from CD Blue coming in to try to push this, and there's this will be a almost 4-minute clock to try to stop them from.
And they were doing so well. That fight started off amazing, but they just didn't count on Delco dropping from the high ground onto their backline. Support's gone, and that was kind of it. That was everything they needed to just clean it up, stop the sustain at the point cap, and they get nothing. Yeah, EaUCD Blue on the back foot here to try and get Numbani, but they have to hold for 3 minutes 48 to get a draw. That's the best they can go for.
33% is all it takes for the Serpents to swing this back and bring it, tie it up to 1-1. And it's not an impossible feat, right? Like, it is doable, but it is a big, mighty ask, isn't it, Class?
I mean, either way, we're going to get a map 4, which is already, it's confirmed now.
Everybody wins there.
Everybody wins there. But might even get a map 5 out of this, just depending on how this map ends up resulting.
Yeah.
Serpents,
it looks like
looking here for they're both going to go with something similar. Like, they don't think they're going to really swap anything up. I do want to see what Kakis is going to be able to do on this Zarya. Like, we've seen them pick it twice now in like sort of a late game moment where nothing really could end up. But if these fights go long enough, if we have like at least a 2 minute round, might see some graphs come out and happen.
I mean, yeah, at that point, you just can even just ride it out, build the grab, and try to win off the back of that if you can stall that long. But the Serpents just want to close it out quick. They want to dive. They want to find the target, isolate, and just get on there. And they're going to do that with, free reign of the high ground so far. No real early contest, but EaUCD will find some problems from that. And there's finally the contest for that high ground. CD Blue just going to go ahead and try and tickle their way and keep them there. EaUCD will push again, try to pincer that in and buy themselves some positioning, but is finding their counterpart. And Tesla will find the opening pick onto Mika. That will be a big chunk of the damage, the healing down, and that will be a lot of free reign, as now they are in full recovery mode for CD Blue. They're looking for more, and that will just be a couple easy picks back for the Serpents. So it's still passing. The Serpents already almost to a third. They're looking for more, and CD Blue is now kind of trapped upon this high ground, just trying to get what they can, trying to get these last picks onto the supports there. No real dice, and the pressure off the point is suddenly gone.
It's kind of a similar situation as we had in the last round. Like it just keeps being about who can get the other backline first, because the tanks can sustain and fight as long as they want to. The DPS can sustain a fight as long as they want to, as long as they have some supports to work with. And they just keep going down first. That's why they both are running Ana and Break at the moment. They don't want to deal with the Tracers, but they're going to have to.
No, but those Tracers are building up their pulse bombs very quickly, and Smokey still just trying to keep the contest alive there. There's the dive into that backline, though, and that will force out a lot of the peel and a lot of the help there, as Lamsauce does find the opening pick onto the Echo. Will bring this open, but there's the double from Delco to try to bring this open, and the Serpents looking to close this out. 4-man on point, almost 33%. The double pulse bomb to bring it home, and that is going to be all she wrote for the Serpents, tying it up 1-1.
1-1. At least 2 more maps to go, maybe even 3. If they keep going back and forth like this, might even get the full 6. Who knows? Depending on if they can draw somewhere. It's still possible in Iconwald, but that's like pretty much the only possibility we have left. Next map will obviously be Route 66, because that's the series where we're going at the moment.
Yeah.
And again, it's a very varied map pool that we have today, which means that they have to kind of pull out all the stops and try out everything they want to. I think we're going to see more Ashe coming out from Tesla, but there's only one real thing that we can talk about, Sov, and that is just waiting until this map actually starts, which we have to wait for about like 5 minutes, maybe, something like that, because we're going to take a really quick break. When we come back, let's continue this series as it is 1-1.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to NECC 2. It's the last match of the night, and we have got one heck of a match here in the Cyan Champions. We have got University of California, Davis tied up 1-1 with the University of British Columbia, and Mr. ManofClass, what a game we've had so far. These teams are a little bit lower on the winning, losing sides, but they're both putting up quite a fight.
Yeah, Mr. ManofClass. I think that's my dad at this stage. I think that's what we call Mister. I don't know. It's fine. It's whatever. I mean, hey, at this stage, we just have good Overwatch going on because these teams, they told us we played each other since 2020, and we're gonna keep repeating that fact because it's the one thing they told us. So that's how that goes.
It's the only thing we've got.
Yeah, right. No, we do have some fun facts. So we're gonna try and throw those in as well. But yeah, no, you can see that they're familiar to each other to a degree, and I think both of these teams have an idea of how to play on certain maps, like how to play certain things. They don't seem to be unfamiliar with the fundamentals of Overwatch, which is something as a color caster you can always appreciate when they seem to be knowing what's going on. They're executing things in a certain way. There's still plenty of chaos going on. Don't get me wrong. Like, it's not the cleanest of play that we see, but that also makes it that, like, all these tiny little decisions, these tiny little plays that every single player makes can all have an impact, instead of just, oh, we're waiting for this one ultimate to go off and then we win. Like, it's way more complicated than that, and that makes it good Overwatch just because there's so much going on.
Yeah, and you got to respect it because these teams, as you kind of said, have had a lot of time to grow versus each other, with each other, and those kinds of ins and outs of playing versus each other, with each other, and those long times will do a lot. But do they have the strats for Route 66? Because that's where we're going next, and that is not what most teams want to see when it comes to a map.
It depends. Again, it depends totally on which team you are. We've already seen that the Serpents have the mental, have the wish, have the desire to sometimes pull out a Bastion. And, it's a payload map. It's possible. It's not out of the realm of possibilities. They're not going to get to attack first, though. That's going to be a EaUCD blue. So we're going to see what they're going to throw out on the defense on the Serpent side. Looks to be D.Va with a Reinhardt and the Hanzo, Cassidy, Lucio, Baptiste combo. Not at all opposed to this. Maybe you would want to have, like, potentially a Mercy just to be able to damage boost one of your DPS. But the Lucio is going to provide a lot more mobility for the tanks. Like, especially that Reinhardt being able to sort of ebb and flow with that barrier is very important. On the other side, though, we see this dive come out.
The dive. Poke dive, okay. They are wanting to take the space and control it, and they will control the skies with Tesla over on that Echo. And you can see this they're holding farther back than usual. Most of these kind of rush teams would look to, and then these brawl teams would look to play a little bit closer, but
you kind of wait on
there, looking in and swinging hammers, just trying to go in, finding that value. Meanwhile,
I'd say someone pick Sombra so she doesn't have to ruin Sov's mic anymore, but that is unfortunately not really up to us. They're really going at it, both of these teams. And yeah, they were holding a little further back because they dropped down, because they saw what the enemy team was running. So they just were like, well, we're just going to meet them then. And it's going really well so far. That Lucio speed was especially just helping them to be able to break out and just go get one of these heroes. Robo Eagle does lose their mech as a result of this one, and now they're going to have to be a little bit more careful because they can't block all the projectiles. But you don't have to block anything if there's no projectiles coming at you because they're on the ground. Delco cleaning up both those smackdown targets. And, well, you thought they had it, and then the minefield comes in. The Wrecking Ball starts to do some stuff. Smokey the Mage just on it, and Virus with the Brigitte being able to be a very aggressive co-support.
Virus had come in that game too, and has been.
Oh, it is Blue Fire looking for the Pulse Bomb. They're probably going to find one. They just have to figure out which hero they want to go after and not have it be eaten by the D.Va. This High Noon is doing work, but it's just a duplicate Echo that's going to be taken out. There's the final kill on the actual hero. And now Blue Fire is going back to bond with their team. And, you know, after about 2.5 minutes almost, they will not have made any real progress.
No, the cart still having not really barely made it around to that corner.
It is looking like we're gonna have EaUCD Blue going straight at this. They're trying to actually get some high ground control here with this little corner that they have. Go through the tunnel potentially, just book some ground, and they're able to do so. They're actually able to go a little bit further forward. Lamsauce does have the shatter. They have to be careful. Self-destruct comes in behind him, has to turn around, but that Lucio speed boost is really making all the difference. No one can get away from this entire rush team, and the Lucio is just the key difference maker in that situation. Almost get a kill there against Ishan, but doesn't quite get away with that one. Eventually is able to go back around the corner, clean a few more members up. With 45 seconds, it's really looking very grim for EaUCD Blue. They were looking stellar on control, but ever since, it's gone further and further downhill, and it looks like they're not even going to get 1 point here.
No, it will be a full hold imminent, coming in with 30 seconds just on the clock for the side of the Serpents, and they really need to find something sneaky to get themselves in here, and Delco gonna try and do that with those mines. As those mines come out, just isn't seeing anybody, trying to find that blue fire, looking in the target for that pulse bomb, will not find anything. Tesla meanwhile will start to find those targets and get in, and Declo just looking, trying to build that pulse bomb, needs to come up huge with it, does find it, doesn't send anybody, but Kaki's coming up big on that Sigma, and they will finally get this cart rolling, but the overtime is also what's rolling.
The Sigma is a really big tool to put in the way. Like, a Diva is good, but a Sigma with the barrier and the kinetic grasp and then that rock and just the general damage to deter anything has been really, really big. It's been helping out, especially someone like Tesla that just wants to be a little bit closer, to just have something in the way that isn't only like a ball that does some distraction or like a Diva for a little bit. Lamsauce comes in with a shatter, immediately gets blocked by the nice barrier from Kaki's. Gonna instead get a repeat here from Oasis almost, and they're just able to, in overtime, finally get a good fight going and potentially cap this point. Looks like they will do just that, clean up the point, and continue all the way to that first checkpoint on Route 66. Very nicely done from EaUCD Blue to just recognize the swaps they needed to make, and eventually come out on top. This is going to be a much more difficult map to hold now for Serpents, as they won't have these set up corners, these set up high grounds next to it. Like, there's still some of that on this particular part of the map, but it's way easier to find routes for Smokey the May, if they don't get charged away, that is. Leave another opening for Soph to jump in, but unfortunately we're just having a little bit of tech audio issues here on the side of my co-caster. It happens to the best of us. What doesn't happen to the best of us is getting plays like this, because honestly they're just smacking each other away at this stage. Smokey the May on this wrecking ball, just trying to find some angle to drop these mines, find the right timing, just looking over the edge of the saloon, know exactly where all the enemies are. And they're going to try and find it on the card here. Nice on the corner high ground, just behind that amplification matrix. That's going to be in the way if anyone wants to use it.
That's two.
And has way too much health. Ishan's going to go down. That is just Smokey the May carrying that fight before it even started.
You talked a little bit earlier about having sometimes winning full fights with just one ultimate, and that's exactly what you're trying to do here. And those mines can get that value. They showed it, but they need to continue to let that lead grow with just about a minute on the clock. They need to get this all the way to C. Can there be a contest in time to stop this? Lamsauce trying to buy some space there. There will get there in time, but that slam does come in and try to get some space in. Cart continues to roll, but Lamsauce looking for that shatter, does find a big target in that Sigma that will force the lamp out, and that will be the lamp gone. So just following that, all the ultimates are coming out for the side of the Serpents. They are trying to clean this up and put this end, and as the clock continues to tick down, the UCD Blue is continuing to find picks and get some value back onto this comp that is so strong and able to survive on its own has come to well, and they will get it across for the end of point. Looks like it'll be a little bit of a contest, but they will get it for point B.
Yeah, as long as they don't just let the card go in overtime in another 20 seconds, they'll be fine. This is gonna roll in. They're gonna keep contesting here, obviously, because if you can drop a few more seconds off, why not? But yeah, like, the big deal about this is that you could just see the way these fights go every single time. both these teams have like a front line that goes onto the other team's back line, and then in the middle of both those pincer movements, stuff happens. You have Tracers and Cassidy's running around, like the off tanks, like the Sigmas and the Divas, and that's where like the difference is made usually, because both backlines kind of go down most of the time. It is just in the middle where the difference is made, and that's a very odd way of having fights go.
Oh yeah, it is, and those pincer movements, that's going to be, oh man, the Lamb Sauce is going to find and put an end to that Cassidy ult immediately, but the pits just keep coming, the Serpents just keep finding value here, looking for more. Bluefire is looking for value, does find some value from that pulse bomb, 2 more coming in for CD Blue, and they will continue to commit in, they're looking for more. Kaki's going to try to find someone, does get that Baptiste, will clean that, doesn't even need to get the value from it, but going to just get those rest of those orbs out there. And the contest is back from CD Blue, though. They still have pressure, and that is going to stall the card out here as Miko will just kind of stall it out for the last second. But there is 30 seconds on the clock, though.
Yeah, Serpent's still trying to defend this. 30 seconds coming out. Point C is within sight, so they don't have that far to go. Even get the D-Mech on the Robo Eagle to start off this fight. No self-destruct, at least, they have to worry about, but there's plenty of other ultimates in the bank. 5v6.
No, and Smokey will clean that up to make that going, but Ishan fires back quite literally. Lamsauce gonna probably try and send that out. No value from that Deadeye there, though. Lamb's still looking, trying to find anybody for that Shatter. Can anybody hold this Shatter for them? No, not today. It looks like they're just gonna try to hold that out. And there was no one on cart! No one made it!
Oh, no. That is unfortunate, because that was definitely unforced. They even threw out their own minefield behind it. It's not what you like to see. It happens to the best of us. Don't get me wrong, but unfortunately, it would be a bad thing. Yeah. Okay. So that's
Smokey calling
we
it
got
out.
the inside news, inside that scoop here. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, they all
and of
absolutely
course,
just lag.
Serpents. Yeah.
I mean, the threat of that Shatter was huge, though, right? Because you could see it was there and was waiting. Lamb was trying to send it off, and I mean, that is gonna keep you off a card if you know you're just gonna end up on the floor.
Yeah, that is how that works. Totally how that works.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely not a C9ing. Just definitely not just keeping off the cart for no particular reason, obviously.
No, for sure. And Smokey May would know. I mean, she's very, very into dinosaurs. So, like, you know, how the internet works might sometimes be a little bit of a magic tale to her if she's more into the prehistoric. But, you know, lag. I'm sure that's what the dinosaurs said, you know, when they were extinct. It would have said if they had, like, not all of them had gone extinct. It would be like, yeah, no, it was just lag.
You know, I was genuinely wondering how you're going to tie dinosaurs to the lag, but I'm sold. I'm literally sold. Obviously, the dinosaurs died just because they lagged in front of the meteorite, right?
They lagged in front of the meteorite,
yeah. Yeah, they just couldn't get out of the way quick enough. The meteorite, they thought it was laggy, and now that makes sense. Yeah, history solved easily.
History solved. Oh man, we're gonna go in here onto this next round as we try and get some pixels back on our screen.
Oh, goodness.
We are having the bestest of nights here at Collegiate Overwatch at the NECC. I can promise you that much. But Ishan on the Genji, a hero we haven't really seen at all. I haven't seen it tonight, so we're gonna see it now. And that means you have to, of course, the mandatory Ana is there, because you can't play Genji without an Ana, because you have to have the Nano Blade. I understand. Doesn't really matter if the rest of your team just falls down, though.
No, but speaking of falling down, that will be Ishan falling down also. And unfortunately, a lot of parts of the Serpents falling very, very early in various ways to various parts of the team. So CD Blue coming out with a stronghold relatively pretty quickly here.
Yeah, they're just shedding their skin. Don't worry about it. They're kind of gonna come out fresh for the next one.
Speaking of fresh, Smokey the May trying to find a fresh boop here, looking to try to get some value and a big slam in. Waiting for them to kind of roll through, but it looks like they're going to take that side path and take the road less traveled, and they will unfortunately see that from the distance. But they are trying to shoot up onto this high ground, trying to find that there, as those ultimates are available for the side of CD Blue if they need them. Bluefire haven't found anything yet, but that Diva stun is gonna be huge. But both of the backline of CD Blue going down early. This does not look good for this stalwart defense.
No, it's getting I would say it's getting worse and worse almost, but the Serpents are still able to be stopped if there's a few good plays coming out. We've seen that happen. Bluefire's ready, has that pulse bomb. Don't think Tesla is going to be living for a long. Well, I say that, but I missed the frames in which they got healed back up. So unfortunately, but we'll be seeing them try to get point A here. They're very close to getting it. There's a few more heroes to clear off. They're still fighting, and this is the chaos that we talk about, right? That are just not able to clean up the Brigitte, almost get the ult off even. But then there's the Cassidy coming in behind the cart trying to get some more. But Ishan goes on a double kill spree. It just doesn't stop it, and it's never over until it's truly over, until there's no one left, and they keep being respawns because they are such a mobile composition. There's now a wrecking ball. It gets Peachiest, but they just step off the cart a little bit. I'm sure that was the lag again. Smokey the May was once again the ball that wasn't on the cart, so that's definitely what happened. There's lag in the way. It's okay. It's okay, guys. It happens.
Yeah, look, everybody lags sometimes. Sometimes you lag and you oversleep. Sometimes you lag and you're a dinosaur dying to meteorites. It's all just what it is. But what isn't lagging is the Serpents' path to success here. They got a little under 4 minutes on the clock, and they're looking very, very strong with Delco's Deadeye coming up to bat here as the next big carry point. Just trying to getting poked out, and Lamsauce going in, finally gonna dive, gonna meet a rock head on, and that's not the rock you want to see. You can't grab that lightning though, unfortunately, so they will fall back to look for more. Delco looking for that angle. It does find the hamster though, and that will kind of slow up this pressure. That was an unfortunate slam there. Does not come in and find anything, but there's a large crowd there as Lamsauce with that nano going deep, trying to find some value, but it sets up Delco perfect for that Deadeye, and the cleanup is still there, and Lamsauce now going deep and trying to clean up whoever's left.
Yeah, Lamsauce just able to control this entire space just as the Winston. It's really cool to see, especially because we don't see the Winston all that often anymore these days. Like a lot of the time people just go for a wrecking ball with something else, but Winston still has its use, especially you can get some cleave damage out, a little bit more stay power than the wrecking ball has on his own. Let's see a nice pulse bomb on Delco though. This might be the start of a good hold, but they do trade back and forth.
They will trade, but there's Primal is still out there, and Robo Eagle is going to find one with the blaster, so this contest is there, but the cart will roll, and the Serpents will continue to slither their way through to completion as the rest of the team is just going to get cleaned up here. They're going to get forced back, and like you said, this Winston, Lamsauce is getting so much value. It doesn't matter how many shields you hold in front of the tickle gun. You're still going to get tickled, and you're still going to take some damage from it, so now they're going to be free to position, and you can see they're nodding in agreement, the two best friends there, Tracer and Winston, ready to find the next target and just isolate them.
Yeah, problem though, we're getting to another one of those stages, another one of those points where sometimes one of these comps doesn't really work anymore. You can't control as much space because there isn't a lot of space to control in the first place when you're Winston. And this double barrier can be very tricky to get through and get past when you're Delco and Nishan.
It will definitely be tough to go through, and those dives will have to be quick, but with that double shield in the way. Speaking of that dive, there is that primal dive, and that will be Deadeye coming out, not finding too much value, but Lamsauce will get something out of it. Kaki's going to hold on to that flux, waiting for the right grouping to get that together, and CD Blue with this anti-dive comp looking pretty good, but the Winston's back and he's ready for more, only to get punished. You know, the monkey goes in and monkey goes out, and the rest of the cleanup from CD Blue will clean this home.
And a big part of this is it's something that you always forget is a thing. I know I don't because I pay attention to my games, but you see a lot of players forget this. When you're past an Orisa and a Sigma barrier, your Ana cannot heal you. It's a problem because if Robo Eagle and Lamsauce want to keep diving that backline, they're going to do so without any support. All that Smokey the May and Kaki's have to do is hold up the barriers, stop the Ana from healing. But if they keep being able to dive Tesla like this, that's not going to happen.
No, but that Pulse Bomb is going to try to find one more, but they're deep in the backline. It'll force out the Supercharger. Try to focus that out. Lamsauce will unfortunately fall to that, but because Blue Fire is absolutely just popping right there with 2 headshots to clean it up and put a halt on this with just 2 minutes to go.
Because they couldn't get healed by the Ana. So I'll stop talking about it unless it becomes relevant again, which is every fight from now on. Yeah. But it's got to stop now because they stopped. Well, not necessarily, right? So this is... The Ana can still not heal a Reinhardt when he's behind an Orisa or a Sigma shield. Yeah. So it's still going to be relevant, but it's not going to be. They're not going to jump in anymore. And I don't think Lamsauce is just going to press the shift button on cooldown. So we're going to see how they're going to deal with this, how they're going to actually make this happen, because they have a minute and a half. They can have technically like 2 fights. This is an aggro push here from Lamsauce.
No, they are going. Lamsauce is going in incredibly hard, and it's bought them some space, just a little under 3 meters. And now with that space bought, and Ishan now firing from that side, setting up that beautiful crossfire, they just need to keep pushing. Lamsauce already almost to that shatter, is going to get saved by that lamp, and is trying to set up that hero play for the rest of them. 90% to shatter, trying to build this through. Almost there, just getting the rest of that healing up and trying to get this flank. They've found someone. They're looking. Is it going to be the big shatter from the top ropes incoming? Here it is.
Nice
shatter
dragons.
from the top. Nope, doesn't use it yet. Looking for it. Nope, dragons come through also, nothing there. Flux going to come out to put an end for it, and Lamsauce is just looking not to find anything, unfortunately gets shut down. But Robo will find that, trying to get the DMEC also, and it's still anyone's there. Did they? No, they survived to that. It's 2v1 on the cart, and that is probably going to be the end of it. The Serpents complete and move it to the gold box of victory to bring it 2-1 versus CD Blue.
You can tell it's the chaos move there. So they go all up to the high ground, then one player jumps down, but then there's just this opening where the half of the Serpents are being fought by, like most of the Serpents are being fought by only half of the team of EaUCD Blue. The other half tries to deal with the other part, but they're so split in their attention that they can't actually clean up there. I see Blue Fire in that fight that preceded it.
It was beautiful.
With also all those headshots, yeah, definitely doing a lot of work on that Hanzo. It's a beautiful hero still. Like,
oh, yeah.
I still get a lot of players are like, oh, you're just throwing trees at my head and you happen to hit them. Like, it's a little bit more complicated than that, especially at longer ranges. But it's cool to see someone actually use it to their advantage in that situation. And Route 66, I mean, with that first defense that came out from the Serpents, it was already looking good for them, and that attack made it look even better. It was a bit close in the end, but they had so much time to just try out with the dive and then just swap over to something else and then go again, where that time wasn't there for EaUCD Blue. So already pretty impressive what they were able to do on their defense and then their attack. But they're not done yet. They still need that next map, which is going to be Eichenwald. And, well, shenanigans on Eichenwald are not uncommon.
Yeah. Anything's quite literally possible here. There's so much wide open air. It's the beautiful German skyline. And, I mean, yeah, like you said, we've seen these teams pull out so many different things. So it's impossible to say, what are we really going to see here? We could postulate this all we want. But, I mean... it's match point. You have to bring your best at this point, because otherwise you're going home.
Yeah, it's quite literally what's going to happen. Well, I mean, we don't know. Maybe some of these players are already home, so then maybe that doesn't scare them as much. You know. It's, also, we're not talking. It's not the single elimination tournament either. There's still games next week and the weeks after, so it's all a little bit complicated. But they still want to win, and both these teams currently with their records. Every win is really going to count. Serpents can put themselves on a 2-3 scoreline with this one, whereas EaUCD Blue still has to win their first game. They haven't even won one yet. So they really want to get it, especially this one. That will also mean a little bit more because it is that old rival. That'd be awesome if they win it.
Yeah, this would be a big win. This is how you swing that morale back for the rest of this in. And there will be a swap here for the side of UCD. There's going to be Axelon coming back in for Virus. They're swapping these support lines a little bit. Last time we saw Axelon, they were playing this Mercy. So I think that might be signaling a support change. And Caillou in for Ishan. And Ishan's had an incredible game for the side of UBCD. So there's swaps on both sides. So, I mean, what do you think we're signaling with these swaps?
I think we're going to get a little bit more projectile specialism coming out now from that DPS swap. I do think that if you go to Eichenwald, something like Junkrats, Farahs, Maze are going to find a lot more value. I think Ishan did pretty good on the Hanzo, but, you know, Hanzo is one thing, then going to all these other heroes is another. Delco was doing pretty well on the Echo before, and on the Mei for that matter as well. So, you know, there's always a little bit of that question, which player is going to play which. But I do think that especially on Eichenwald, we could potentially be looking at some Farah play or some Junkrat play.
Junkrat play would be an interesting take here, but I think you're right for that. And with Ishan primarily has been sitting on those hit scan heroes for the most part. Did have to flex, like you said, some hit scan players will pick up Hanzo, but I think we even saw them on the Genji. So this true like kind of they're trying to flex to everything. So maybe the player's just feeling a little burnt.
I mean, look, you're talking about we saw them on the Genji. That was for like I come out of spawn, I die,
Yeah,
I
fair
switch.
enough.
So
Fair enough.
to
All
be
right, all right,
fair,
fair
it
enough.
wasn't really that much of a Genji
All right,
play.
all right. You got me there. Hands up.
They didn't really get a chance to properly show it. I think that's more what we can say about that.
No, that's fair.
On the defense, though, we're gonna get EaUCD Blue to start off with. They're gonna come out here with Smokey the May on the Reinhardt. She's been shown a little bit off on that, but I do still remember more of the Wrecking Ball play. Kaki's on the Diva, Tesla and Bluefire on the Cassidy, and the May, X, Lon, and Rickroll on that Lucio and the Baptiste. I especially like the May pick here. Like I'm like slightly biased because it is what I would pick if I play this on defense as a DPS. I would go for the May. It's because this is such a good place. Like wherever they go on that first objective, especially the wall will find value. There's so many of these cross sections that work exactly right for it. So yeah, I'm very much a fan of this. And Delco going over straight away to that Pharah. KO actually coming in on the Cassidy. So not at least right now, not going in for the projectiles.
No, not too hard, but Delco is going to try to get some boost into that. Peachy is just giving him a little support there. But they got in for free pretty much, so now that they have this, that isolation wall does come out. Doesn't unfortunately cut anybody off, and the hammer's swinging. But that will be Lamb Sauce coming up big for this attack, and that'll be the opening. Will unfortunately trade out there. But with this airborne comp and not really feeling the pressure, I say that, but Delco just goes right down, and CD Blue is managing to stabilize here.
Yeah, you think you need a Cassidy to deal with the Pharah. If she comes too close, May is just as good of a tool. And their name is Bluefire. Like, this is the conspiracy. They're not a hit scan player. They're a May player because they fire blue projectiles. That's what the ice. Yeah, that's what the icicles are. So that's where it comes from. Yeah.
I could buy that, but they are just going to give that in. And speaking of blue fire, that's a blue firestorm in the pocket for them, looking for more. CD Blue just going to throw up that wall and try to get some value. The immortality field is out early, so that's the perfect time to make it snow. And they will, in fact, make it snow. No one's getting caught into it. I would say that, but the Baptiste is there. No one dies to it.
Didn't follow up.
Immortality field's traded, and now there's going to be a good look there. I'm sorry, Rick Roll did guy, but that is a huge shatter coming up the wall to save it. And Delco is going in, trying to find that cleanup there. We'll find, unfortunately, the side of the May and got a little too close to the snow, as it were. So the Serpents still trying to vie for that space, but they clapped from behind. They kept the pressure up the whole time, and that was great objective play from the side of the Serpents.
They forced out the tanks. There's nothing really contest that could go on anymore, so it's not surprising they were able to keep the point there. But it was really like Bluefire messing up two things in a row. The wall, first of all, didn't go up, didn't split off who they wanted to split off. And then the Blizzard was kind of just in the middle of two groups, so they could all both like walk out. And then because the biggest group wasn't frozen, there was a complete safety for Mika. They were never going to be able to follow up on that Baptiste. So unfortunate there. Good May play on Icable could be appreciated, but if you make a few mistakes, it can all go away so fast. Doesn't matter how many times you eliminate the fire in that situation. Delco, though, will fall to Tesla. It's a drop shatter. Doesn't quite get anything, but Tesla is just able to keep firing.
No, the shatter from the top rope was the distraction. And speaking of the distraction, that's the self-destruct coming out. And the Serpents will recoil for the moment. They didn't really spend much to stop there, so they still have a lot going on. And Bluefire redeeming themselves a little bit as the siege continues onto the castle.
And, Tesla, not just impressive on the Cassidy, actually with their twin brother, they managed to build a fusion reactor when they were still in high school. Which is like, they were only like the 16th and 17th persons in high school to ever do that. So, yeah.
That's a powerful factoid.
Powerful factoid. And the name Tesla makes a lot more sense as well for that reason.
Yeah, that explains a lot. But speaking of the power of Tesla, here is a Deadeye coming out, not finding that power, but a good zone. So, it's a nice zone, but Delco coming in, trying to find a sneaky peek there, doesn't find anything, will get out of dodge, and Q will finally come up and trade for someone there, but Lamsauce manages to find a value and will continue to keep that going, and the Serpents turn it up in the kill feed in the positive side here. We'll find the Cassidy and Delco unfortunately taking themselves after getting forced out. You hate to see it, but the cart does continue to roll for the Serpents. So hey, you forced out Rez, and you died in vain, but at least the cart's moving.
And it feels strange because it does look like the Serpents are sort of investing more into the DPS battles, but they're still coming out on top of the tank as well. But they're able to just divide their resources very efficiently, I'd say. Nice charge on the high ground. Didn't actually get anybody, but stopped themselves on the banister and a little bit of the side. Nicely done. They do have to stop this card eventually. Let's not have this point be kept behind them again.
Oh, no.
Doesn't even... Wow. Doesn't even.
Oh, wow, didn't
Come
even
on,
get it.
Smokey.
No,
No,
Smokey,
no,
not
no,
like
no.
this, no.
Oh, she's able to stop their extinction. It's great.
you love to
But
see it.
wow,
You
that
love to see
was
it.
that was close
That was
to
a
going
moment.
very wrong.
Yeah, that was a moment we just witnessed right there. And I
That
mean,
was one
speaking
of those.
moments-
It was at that moment they realized they messed up.
Yeah. And but you know what? I think that's especially powerful considering the Serpents spent all their ultimates to try to do that.
I think
and
they're gonna
CD
go
blew
underneath
it
through
so
the
much.
castle. That would be
No,
the
they're
best way to
yeah.
go.
They're
Yeah.
gonna look down there.
Straight
yeah,
to the
they're gonna
cart.
meet them there, and they are gonna take cart. So now they're fighting from the defending side, and that will be the amplification matrix coming early,
Nice
followed by the
blizzard.
blizzard. They're throwing everything at this. They want to make sure they get this across. The high noon comes out too. Tesla not even really needing it. There's no one there to find it, but the kills will continue to fall for CD Blue, and now it's just getting it the rest of the way and moving it on to C.
I wonder if Blue Fire is actually going to stick on this Mei for too long. Like, they could switch really quickly now. The problem with the Mei on this open field is that your wall doesn't really mean that much until they get either in the castle or just on like a more narrow part of the street, which doesn't happen that often. So you're kind of saving her potentially for when you get to third. That's when she's good again, or like really good again.
The drop
Nice shatter from the back. See the
Oh,
drop
it's
shatter
so
working out a
big.
lot better this time.
Oh, goodness. The wall to save and isolate there, and that will be more cleanup. CD Blue not having it. They run this castle, and they will not be pushed out.
I really like seeing teams go for these type of plays, and especially when you play against the team that you're more familiar with, you have to go for some more risky things, some more things that they can't really plan for or anticipate. Still could have been a little bit more, reactive.
It wasn't
to.
clean, though, right? I mean, was
was
that really
not
the best executed
clean.
drop shatter?
I mean, look, they're all on the stairs. They're in a straight line. At least you can't miss them in that situation. The only thing that can happen is that they block you, or they stun you, or they sleep you, which didn't happen. So it was all good.
Yeah, I mean, an A+ shatter there, regardless, but they are still the kings and queens of this castle, as it were. So there's going to be the push from the Serpents sliding their way up to the top, but they are met with that window, that amplification matrix in the way, and the self-destruct, so that'll take out the field. But they are tracked between, well, some ice and a hard place, I guess, at this point, and that will be the Serpents starting to fall, but the cart will continue to move back that way. Keto hanging on by a thread is not going to get, they're going to manage to get out. They're going to try and find some value, will eventually get picked, but the
Not
cart
gonna
is
get to the health pack.
finally contested. No, and there is no one there. The last contest will come in. Tesla's going to find two just to clean that up and bring it home. And
Yeah, they tried to
Lucio's
send
trying to get
Lucio
that-
just to keep touching it. Like, Lucio was on it the entire
No.
time because he just didn't want to give it up. Like, they wanted to keep the overtime running, but they couldn't
Yeah.
win the fight in the castle. Nice shatter, but actually be able to get
Yeah.
there. No, gets, does
Nope.
touch, but does get taken out very quickly. And that is going to be the round 1 point and 118.26 meters comes out for the Serpents. EaUCD Blue in a pretty good spot here to try and cap this out, but we've seen many a team be stopped that close to the door. So when we look at their Route 66 attack, could just get a repeat of that, where the Serpents just did it a little bit better. Could go to map 5, though. It's looking very likely. A draw is pretty much impossible at this stage. So I think it is actually impossible. So that's not going to happen.
It is full go big or go home at this moment. So yeah, the Serpents need to keep it from that 118-meter point, preferably the full hold if possible. But I mean, do you think they probably just run it back, right? They feel pretty successful in their comp that they run. You think they defend on that?
I guess. I mean, fire on defense is always better than fire on offense in a lot of ways, because you can just pre-fire the angles that they're going to be walking past instead of trying to go around the corner to fire at an angle where they are. It's simple, sightline physics, which Tesla will probably know a lot about. But it's gonna definitely be fine, I'd say. Someone actually asking what the asking about where the bomb is. Smokey May apparently is colorblind. We only got the fact that they love dinosaurs, so didn't know that one.
I mean, that's a less fun fact, but it is a fact.
Yeah, it's still a fun fact.
It's fun for somebody, I guess. But hey, I mean, I just roared for every member on my team. Rickroll also appreciating dinosaurs there. So this rush comp from CD Blue gonna try and meet this out. They also want to run back what they found success in, like you said, Blue Fire finding a lot of success with that with those blue beams. So they are gonna move themselves right in, and they found the forest. So now they just have to isolate there from the skyline. Smokey the May just looking in, trying to get some value and swing in. Delco taking the angle, and that will be Lamb Sauce going down early. Both fields out, and that will be picks returning back for the Serpents. Shots fired back, and now that they are holding, they will continue to stall this out. Just the Diva and the Baptiste trying to buy the rest of this space, but that's going to be a reset from here.
I really, really like the way that they tried to defend that. Delco especially just taking their time, shooting shots from the side, eventually got enough splash damage and displacement to get some value out of that, and now has the barrage ready. You can see that the damage really came out of a few members in particular from the Serpents, which is Delco and KO. On the other side, much more across the board, they all charged their ultimates, and that could make a big difference in this next fight, or in the coming fights, where the old charges just more consistently across the board charged for blue.
They might want that, and that will be an amplification matrix. Rickroll dropping that, but no one saw Delco coming for a 3K. Will immediately get traded, but the damage is already done. The Pharah has already made it rain, and it is basically just a reset for one full ultimate.
Yeah, unfortunately, the amplification matrix was invested, but so was the barrage, so at least don't have to worry about that for at least a little bit. Delco is charging those really quickly, though, so it's not completely out of the realm of possibility that we'll get another one. That self-destruct from Kakis could really throw a wrench in those plans, though. You just throw a bomb in the way, and that pharmacy cannot do anything for like a solid few seconds.
You are right to that, but they are going to push in, and CD Blue trying to move themselves in. May just firing in, trying to get some value. Delco will find one with that assist, and if Peaches doesn't need to commit that yet, the immortality field is out, and there come the rest of the picks. The Serpents are just winding them and binding them into the coils.
It's really hard to find the angle onto Delco the way they're playing, and this is like the problem with Pharah on Eichenwald. On attack, you can see her coming. On defense, she has like a few different places she can go, and even when you see her, she can just go around the tower or go back around the tower. And you don't really know where she's going to come from. They have to play with the audio cues a little bit smarter, maybe. Maybe they're just in a noisy environment at the moment.
No, and speaking of that noise, that's a blizzard going to make a lot of visual noise out there, and that will be isolated. Lamb Sauce will fall early, and CD Blue again finding these first picks coming in. The rest of the picks come in. There is the invested rain from above. Will find one, but is immediately traded. It's still back and forth on both sides, so CD Blue not quite out of it yet, but no value also found on the point either.
Tesla still was duking it out in the back with when the Cassidy got Delco out. If they can get a quick re-engage, they can quick respawns, they might actually be able to get there first and do a little bit of damage control and try and get this point. They have 55 seconds, so they might not want to take that risk. They're going to have to go for something different. Oh, Rickroll uses that amplification matrix and spawn because they're going to swap. They're going to go for the full dive. They're going to try and do things so quick that the Fire doesn't even have time to do anything. And it's only an amplification matrix from Mika, so it's not that much of ultimate charge to fight into as well.
No.
Oh, Smokey.
Going to be even harder to pull these down, and Smokey will go to half. But now it's even harder to pin down these targets, and now they're going to try to separate and conquer and divide here for the side of CD Blue. 30 seconds left on the clock, just trying to get any sort of pressure on this point before the Serpents close the door for the game tonight. And that will be a slam.
Stomp.
Smokey does get stunned. Great stun, though, but those picks are coming in. That was all it took for CD Blue to find some value. Tesla throwing in that high noon, just feeling like they need to, not quite sure of the space, not going to get any value on it, but a lot of the picks are starting to fall, and CD Blue in the 11th hour will start to come up big here.
Yeah, now it's anybody's game, because you only really have the Cassidy ultimate on the side of the defense, maybe the Valkyrie at some point, but the ultimates have started charging for EaUCD Blue, so you're kind of even in old charge. You're going to get 2.5 minutes to almost get point B. It's not even that close to the door, actually. So this is a great place to be, especially if you look at the heroes that they're running right now. We're still working this environment, and Delco is going to find less and less value with this Pharah on this open area.
No, but they will find some amount of value, and they will keep them in front of that door.
Because they get to spam a door right now. Like, that's just right now they're going to get that value. That's not going to keep happening all over and over.
No, you are right, but they'll find the value for now.
Maybe.
Maybe. You never know. I mean, but they have 83% of their ultimate, so they'll sit on it for a little bit, and well, that'll be a slam in from Smokey. We'll get stunned out. Just trying to buy some space and get out of dodge. Has created a little chaos, and that is all the hamster can really do for there, but Keo is looking for more, trying to find some value, looking for a time to invest this Deadeye. Not seeing a good moment yet, but there go the minefields to try to buy some space.
Nice.
In the back, we'll find one, and Smokey has come to life on this Hammond. Slowly getting that, gonna try and get the resin. Oh, got away with it barely, but with Delco looking in, never mind. Tesla's got that 3K, so pretty much most of it is everything must go, and it's coming up blue for CD Blue.
Yeah, they're gonna have more ultimates as well next fights, but I'm looking especially against the Blue Fire. Like Blue Fire getting a pulse bomb, especially on like Mika or KO, it either forces out the immortality field or it just outright gets a kill most of the time. Just not needs to not get eaten. Delco now going over to the Sombra, another pick we haven't seen before, and finally she can stop hacking your microphone. So if I ask for it on Route 66 and it cannot happen, you can finally start hacking other things.
There will be the initial hack, yeah. There will be the initial hack. We'll find Blue Fire and get out of there, and Q will take that high ground, trying to find some value. Nothing there, because the Diva is in your face, but there's that self-destruct present to you. Not going to find anybody there. But with 35 on the clock, this is looking for his last push. Rally committed, and unfortunately not going to get much of a Tesla. Firing back, trying to find some more. And CD Blue's coming up huge here. They will demech Robo Eagle, and they will start to keep this moving. There has to be a contest coming in. Delco will throw themselves at the body to stall it out, and with 3 on the cart, can anybody make it in time?
Pulse Bomb ready to stop the door. They even are close to a minefield. The Lucio barely touches. Everyone almost falling off the map, but the shield bash was there. It is just KO. There is the Moira. One more person coming in, but it's EaUCD Blue taking away this map, bring us to a 2-2 and a map 5. What a finish there. The entire wholesale swap from EaUCD Blue came in super late. It came in almost irresponsibly late in terms of you don't have anything to work with. But they made it work. They got through. They just overwhelmed Serpents with something they didn't see coming. It wasn't a steady push. It was just a explosive entrance. And they kept chaotically fighting. And if all fights are going to be chaos, it is amazingly smart to just play with heroes that love chaos, like Wrecking Ball, Tracer, like all these heroes. They just love running around in a crowd of people where no one really knows what's going on. They can just pick off targets left and right and put them in the air and throw them around. It's great.
Yeah, and that was the Hail Mary you needed. Like they said, it was almost irresponsibly too late to make that, but that was the Hail Mary. It came through for them. So, I mean, it worked, and it's going to buy them back to control here. So, here we are, map 1 again, the full 5. Man, I don't even know what to say, because this has just been back and forth.
And look, you're in college, like you're supposed to be in that situation where you're learning how to make choices and like what wise choices are, etc. And it was almost irresponsible, but it worked out. So now they learned that that's maybe a choice they can make in the future. It's education in Overwatch. Who would have thought?
I mean, look, I've made a lot of irresponsible choices in college, and I mean, here I am. So I don't know that says anything, but like you said, sometimes those irresponsible choices pay off, and sometimes those choices may seem irresponsible, but they pay off like that. Sometimes you got to make what seems like a bad choice to have a good outcome, right?
Yeah, totally. I'm looking forward to see whether or not they're going to be able to bring it back on Control. So we go to our last map of this series and of the night for this stream, between these two teams, 2-2. And like we said, they both could really use a win because their records aren't that stellar, but especially EaUCD Blue is looking for their first one this season. And I mean, I'm willing to give it to them. They won the first Control map. Like they just won the last map as well in a fairly, turnaround fashion. Yeah. So they are currently, they have the momentum with them. Like they have that going for them. They have that they won the last Control map going for them. It's really up to the Serpents to now answer, to try and come back from this. And they've played a lot of 2-3 series so far. I see 3 of them on their record. So they're no strangers, but they've lost 2 of them, only won 1 of them. So
they've made it. They've made it this far, but crumbled under pressure. And now that we're going to Busan, so just as a refresher, we're at Busan now. We'll see who scrimmed this deep into the map pool, because you might have only gone the first 4 thinking you wouldn't be here. So yeah, like you said, with this many map 5s, this is a rough place to be, but it's a comfortable place for them.
Yeah, but before we get to that last map, we're going to throw it to a very short break. We're going to be back as soon as possible to bring you this map 5. Let the team strategize, bring us the best Overwatch they can do.
Welcome back, everyone, to NECC 2. It is map 5 here, and this is champion Cyan. It's University of California, Davis versus the University of British Columbia. And it's been a long road to get here for these two teams that have seen each other multiple times over the years, but it's map 5. It is all on the line, and we are going to Busan.
Yeah, Busan is the map that decides series, and this is going to be another series that's going to be decided by Busan. So it's just the way it works. It's great. And when we look at these teams, the way they've been playing, I do actually think that this edge is going to go to Blue. Like, they've been doing really well with things like the Mei, the Wrecking Ball, just in general these comps that form around Chaos a little bit better. And this is a map that really works with that. May's awesome when you go to Mecha Base. Wrecking Ball's great when you go to downtown and even when you go to Sanctuary. So what's gonna happen when the Serpents go up against this? Well, we're gonna find out soon because obviously we're really close to going to the map. But man,
I mean, yeah, like, what do you and how, like, they've just struggled all night, right? Like, they've every time there's been these moments of chaos,
but
both teams have, but in regards to the chaos round, we've seen one team kind of come up bigger in those clutch moments than the other, and there has been moments where we've seen it, but we've also seen a lot of these odd comps. So maybe we see the return of this Bastion again. That was kind of a hot moment for that map 1. Maybe it'll come back. But, like, you know, who's still got tricks up their sleeve? Because we haven't seen things for control. We haven't seen a lot of sim, which is usually something that comes out here. And quite frankly, I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen that.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, but, like, I just cast, like, again, we had another series earlier tonight where Symmetra was just played every single time by one team.
Oh, yeah.
And Symmetra is one of those heroes that works really well when you have a team that can play around it. And that's just not time and commitment that every team wants to play into. It's not just as simple as we pick a sim and it will work, but sometimes you have to put a little bit more thought and effort into it as a squad. But I mean,
you mean I can't just blindly pick meta heroes class? What do you mean?
Look, you can in quick play and maybe in comp, but when you talk about an organized team environment where the other team like works together to counter it, you also need to work together to not have it countered, which is exactly what you want to go for. So we'll see.
I already feel my rank climbing.
I mean, look, maybe it comes out. Maybe we're going to see a Symmetra. But I think we might see a Symmetra to get out of spawn quicker. That's my prediction. I don't think we're going to see it permanently. Mei is much more likely, especially, like I said, on Mecha Base. And that's where we're going to go first. So the Mecha Base coming at you. Blue Fire already pre-selecting the Mei, but so is Delco. So looks like it's going to be pretty much a mirror. Yeah, there we go.
They know what they want to play.
Yep.
You love the commitment to the teams and the squads and the.
But they
heroes
stick with the
feel
Cassidys.
strong
They
on.
don't go for the May Reaper, and I know why.
No.
Because, well, flashbang, but also because the range requirement on this map is still a bit wacky. Like,
Yeah.
Reaper doesn't get to places as consistently as Cassidy has range and sightlines on people.
No, but the range will close as both these teams meet at the middle, trying to find some space. The walls come up, not really isolating, but I say that as Smokey falls dangerously low to try to buy that out, and the Immortality Fields will kind of reset this as they climb in, and it's go time for the side of the Serpents. They will go in, but get punished for it. Tesla will continue to crack that open on that Cassidy. 2 picks to bring it home, and Tesla has been lighting up the kill feed, and that's a quick Immortality Field from Rickle, who has just gotten so much value from that.
And I was really kind of going to say, like, it looks like Smokey was going to go, basically going to go down. It really feels like Smokey the May has been on the lower end, like drawn the shorter end of the stick when it comes to these Reinhardt matchups versus Lamb Sauce. But that was a good ability from the Baptiste to use their amplification matrix for the right healing capability to come in, and also from Smokey to actually back off, which they haven't always been able to do.
No, it's been great teamwork, but teamwork is only going to get you the dream work as far as they can, and they will find this opening door on the flank. We'll see some skulls pop up. Can they get anybody for it? No,
There's
not
a barrier.
unfortunately. Ishino has come back in, doesn't get anywhere, but Lamb Sauce looking for that shatter. We'll find it, but the Immortality Field is there. Can they clean it up? If they do, that is going to be the rest of the Serpents finding some value and clean art from that to flip this point. Only a measly 40-45% by the time this last one hits, probably.
Yeah, and that is the value of a Deadeye. You don't have to get an elimination from it as long as it breaks the Reinhardt shield, because then the Shatter is free. That's exactly what went down there. Nothing that Smokey can really do about that. That's just how it is. You know, you can't not just drop your shield and die. You need to at least try and keep fighting. Gonna be able to re-engage here. They have their own High Noon. That's Tesla. Go very aggressive here. Throw it out.
Doesn't try to find it. We'll throw it out. Nothing. No one's home. But that will also be blizzards from both sides on that. And the Serpent's coming up again, but that flanking from the Cassidy will find nobody there. CD Blue will find some value from their blizzard, and the picks will start to fall their way. Self-destruct and kind of an emergency button doesn't find anybody, but we'll continue that. And Ishino will try to take this duel. Again, unfortunately, catch the bat into the Rickroll. Will unfortunately have to hear the music end and repeat continuously.
That was a close one. You saw that sliver of HP Rickroll had left, but they never give up. They never let themselves down. It's going to be Smokey now on the corner once again, almost close to a shatter. So is Lamb Sauce though. So this is going to be the Reinhardt face-off again.
Ooh, there's the wall. Doesn't quite isolate, but does buy some time. The Immortality Field is out, and
It's
so
another,
is that
it's
High Noon.
ano-
Trying to
it's
find
another High
anybody. There's that
Noon.
wall.
They're doing it again. It's the same play.
It's theirs. It's still there. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But that's going to be 2 for Ishino, and they will find 3. Never mind. They will clean it up there. Going to swing that Fire Strike and move this point. But 80%, it puts it towards last fight territory.
Yeah, and they saved the Shatter. Lamb Sauce didn't have to use it this time around, so that's great for them. Do lose Robo Eagle late, so that could be a pretty quick... yeah, we missed it on stream, but apparently it was an epic duel. We're going to be seeing this come in late. And that means that there might be an easier opportunity to get in here. You don't have to worry about the Blizzard being eaten. Blue Fire doesn't have it ready, unfortunately.
No, but that will be the Shatter thrown out. Check your clocks, because they are still rotating the noon.
Nope, no
not
Shatter.
Finding anything, but blue will find that either, so no one's home there. The Shatter's gone, so that'll be the end of that. But they have isolated, and they have figured this out. Delco does manage to build Blizzard, but doesn't really have much to use with it, as they are just going to get slowly run on. Ishino holding this high ground, looking for some value from that High Noon. May will ice block up and try to see themselves out. Can they get out? No, unfortunately, but the fight has flipped back to CD Blue, and with probably the last fight on the board here, High Noon comes out, doesn't find anybody, and that will be a wall just to try to slow that off, and slowly getting focused out for Ishino. The rest of the team does get up there, and and somebody's got to get down there, because it is 3 seconds to 1. Is anybody there? There's the touch from the Diva. We'll get there, and that'll be the Shatter out as well, holding on to that. Lamb Sauce still holding on to their own this whole time. Blizzard has been thrown out. It is now snowing hard, and that will be coming up blue for blue.
They're going to be able to get it. EaUCD Blue. This definitely felt like the map that should have gone their way in the way they've been playing around the May. but it was still close at times. It's just they always had to rely on this high noon to just zone players, break a shield, and then they could make a move. So unfortunately, there wasn't a lot of other plays that really set them up for anything. The walls weren't really particularly interesting. Delco didn't get enough damage and freezes and blizzards out to really make that work. And they're going to immediately swap over to this Sombra. I think they feel like this is going to be another one of those Wrecking Ball maps for Smokey the May. And this would be the one that I would expect them to do that on. But it looks like they're not going to go that route. Or maybe they are. Smokey Lee's on the Winston. And Tesla on the Sombra. Okay, so we're gonna actually do an interesting thing here, Sombra matchup, but different main tank choices. Mika also on the Zen, Peachiest on the Brigitte again. Mika is gonna have a bad time against the Zenyatta. That's the Sombra. That's all I say.
Oh, absolutely. And speaking of a bad time, Lamsauce having a bad time already, and Robo Eagle will follow them shortly. The Serpents, the front line of the Serpents, feeling that burn already, and they will quickly be defanged as a point hasn't even unlocked. But CD Blue already in control here with this. Like you said, it's an interesting comp. This kind of a quick dive rush comp, collapses on very quickly.
Well, so you also have to wonder, right? Like, which team has a harder time fighting against the Sombra? And a Reaper doesn't mind getting hacked that much because they can still do damage if they're in the right range. Diva is a bit annoyed if she gets hacked. Winston's not that awesome, but like Wrecking Ball, way more annoyed if they get hacked. So that's why they switch over. Now Lamb Sauce also on the Winston. Robo Eagle takes a lot of damage here. A lot of old charge being accrued here on the side of EaUCD Blue.
Yeah, they are looking to build already. Rickroll already almost at that Implication Matrix. There is, will they rip? No, but the Sombra hacks do come out. There will be that Immortality Field out for the receives a lot of resources early, and Mika has moved over to the Moira. It just feels like they need more raw healing power. So yeah, against that Implication Makers, you might want more raw healing.
Oh, 2 Sombras on the field's too much for Sov's Mike to handle again. It might be coming back, but Mika on this on this Moira going back and forth. They do just keep getting the picks though. It looks like whatever magic that Serpents were having in the past 3 maps is just utterly gone. 60% and counting. This could very well be the last round, and EaUCD Blue on a very convincing path to get their first win in the NECC season here. They got 4 ultimates on the board. On the other side, there is a Primal Rage and maybe an EMP.
They are looking at a good position this home. They have all the tools in their pocket, but that's going to be an Earth attack. Dilka looking for that EMP, does get it off. Find 3, but the sound barrier there to keep everybody up and safe. Hack onto Reaper, just going to try to burn them down, and will, but Smokey has gone deep on that Primal to find 1, and that is a big chunk of the healing down. Continuing, Lamsauce going to return in kind, try to find some value, and Kaki's off screen will bring the value that they were looking for. On the point, there has to be that contest because the clock is ticking down. The Reaper will try to come in and save this, but it's just Lamsauce on the point with 4 friends that don't want them there, and that was going to be the flip, but now with overtime ticking down, the dives come in, and I don't know who's going to be able to make it because they're just trickling in at this point. Rickroll will find 1 on the other side, but Delco falling early after getting that hack, in the Moira from Rickroll coming in and finding huge value. That's going to be the self-destruct coming out, not finding anybody, and it's just cleanup from here. CD Blue will bring it home from 5 maps to be your winners for the last match tonight.
It was a struggle on a couple of them, but on the control maps, they just look unstoppable. EaUCD Blue, well-deserved winners. They take away their first win of the season. They now have a 1 in 4 record, 1 win, 4 losses. And UBCO Serpents going to be in the exact same boat because they just lost their 4th match. Unfortunate for them, but they did give us a good showing, and every time you get a map 5 in Overwatch, you know it's been a good series. Even though the last one, and maybe not all the maps were as close, they just went back and forth, and it really showed the way they adapted to each other.
You can see it, and considering that we got to map 5 and we still saw new comps, these teams had so deep of pockets of comps, of strategies. It's really interesting to see how trained these teams are in regards to the theories that they have, the comps they tried to success, but they had some comps that worked well than the others. They were able to try different things and keep each other guessing. And when you have like a long-time rival like this, that's a big deal to try to keep the others on the back foot.
Yeah, for sure. And I would say let's go to the next map, but unfortunately that's not how this works. It's a series. It's over, and we're also done for the night. Unfortunately, it's been a pleasure once again to watch all these teams go at it. And the NECC is not over. We still have 4 weeks of games to go before we're done with the season, and then there's still more even after that because NECC ain't going anywhere. So thanks everyone for tuning in. Don't forget to thank everybody working behind the scenes as well. We have lovely production crew and admins and everything going on. NECC staff is just wonderful to work with in general. We have Temporal and Tofu on this particular broadcast. But yeah, hopefully we'll see you guys in the future. We've had a ton of fun, and have a great rest of your night.
Take care, everybody.